Okay, good morning, everybody. It's Tuesday, November 12th already. And today, staff community presentations. Up first, we have Jeff Cheney. And Connie, are you going to join him, or are you, in case we need you for something? It's always good to have her here.
I'll come up if you have a question or need me,
Great.
but otherwise I will let
Welcome
Jeff
back.
take it away.
District Attorney Cheney, it's great to see you.
Good to
Kelly
see you.
Kelly is online today, and the rest of us are here.
Yeah, as always.
Glad you're here. Thanks for coming in.
Well, I
Appreciated
appreciate
the
you having
letter
me.
every year, the letter you write.
Well, thank you.
I know, it's always so well written.
Well, I appreciate it. I did find some mistakes. When I was rereading it in preparation for today.
Right,
I
always.
always kick myself, but I'm really thankful to be here today. And with your permission, I'll just sort of outline some of the highlights of this year's budget. I'd first like to say that I'm grateful, thankful to have been the district attorney here in the 9th Judicial District for almost 8 years. This will be my last budget to present, and they don't get any less stressful, but I'm always thankful to come up here and see you all, and I really appreciate the support over the years that you've given to our office and our mission to try to keep the community safe and seek the truth. I would tell you this year, the budget presentation, the request rather, is for $5,335,094, less a contribution by the state of Colorado in the amount, give or take a few dollars, of $127,905. So overall, the counties are being requested to contribute a total of $5,227,189. This year's budget percentage contribution by the counties, obviously Garfield is our most populous county. It has also the highest case load of all of our 3 counties. But this year, Garfield County was asked to contribute 72.98%, Pitkin 19.36%, and Rio Blanco at 7.65%. We did have a couple of increases this year, but the overall increase was a 3.99% increase over last year's budget. It was a little higher than that, but during our budget preparation, and I always want to make sure that I recognize Connie for being such a supporter of our office and getting us dialed in and beginning to present an organized budget to you. And I wouldn't have been able to do it. I just told Connie, without her able help and the help of my folks, Steve Arand and Brian Hollenbaugh. But this year we were asked to cut a little bit more by Garfield County. So initially it was about a little over 5%. So we went back and did some other adjustments, and we were able to come in at 3.99% over last year. A couple of percentage increases over last year that might bear some highlighting. One is our victim witness program. As I've always pointed out, I don't think many programs in our office have as big an impact directly to citizens as our victim witness program, and that is the program that reaches out to victims, witnesses, make sure those folks are treated with dignity and respect and kept informed, making sure that the witnesses we need to present evidence in a hearing or trial are mustered and there on time. And then really hearing sort of the brunt of the initial victim impact when we reach out. Those folks have a really tough job, and that program is primarily funded by grant funds. It always has been in this office. I had a goal. I had a lot of goals that I failed to achieve almost 8 years ago, but one of those was to wean our program more off of grant funds and sort of roll it into our normal budget. Just haven't been able to do that because all of a sudden you're going to be asking for about 6 FTE positions. And so it just never has panned out. But there's a risk to being grant funded, and I outlined that in my letter to you, that a couple years ago we got word that one of our primary grant funding sources was being cut by up to 50%. And that caused a lot of panic in our program and other nonprofit programs that rely on some of that funding. So we tried to, rather than ask for all of that in 1 year, we tried to ask for a little bit last year to make up for that, and then a little bit more this year. We didn't have to ask for as much as we thought this year because the cut wasn't as great as we had initially been told. Nevertheless, our victim witness program's increase over last year was about 16.39%. So I thought I should highlight that to you. Our professional services line item went up quite a bit because of the accounting audit firm that we use to audit our finances every year, as is required by state law. He retired, so sort of downsized his office, and we had to find another accountant. And it made me really regret not thanking our previous accountant more, because he really gave us a bargain there for many years to do our audit. So that increased, I think, 17%. And our advertising went up a little bit. It is indicative of the struggle we have to recruit and hire attorneys specifically for jobs in the DA's office. We have always struggled, and I don't know the magic answer to it, with having affordable places to live for our attorneys and being able to pay a competitive wage for them to endure the burden of being a prosecutor, and then also just make it financially. I saw a U.S. News and World Report article last week or week before, and had a list of counties in the United States where it's the most difficult for home buyers. The first county that I saw, number one and I thought it was the state. It was Garfield County, Colorado. Then it was Moffett and Mesa, or Routt and Mesa. And I thought, oh, well, that's in the state of Colorado. And then I read further, and I saw Imperial, California, and New Jersey, and I thought, oh, no, this is the United States. So Garfield County was the number one hardest place for home buyers in the country, according to this article.
Wow.
So wasn't a surprise to me, honestly, because that's a struggle we always have and will continue to have. And so
Quick
we've
question.
had to advertise a little bit more.
Just about the VOCA, what was the total amount of the funding that you received from the VOCA?
This
It
year,
got cut in half, yeah.
this year we got, what was it, Steve?
This year it's about $120,000. Next year it's $95,000, 27% cut.
So they're ramping it down. Was there a 50% cut before that?
It's supposed to be a 50%
Okay.
cut, but they did a 1-year extension. Folks didn't have to apply, and they used to be on 2-year cycles, but now that the funding is sort of unstable, they've gone back to 1-year cycles. And that probably will exist for a while. So some of the tax initiatives have passed because they were looking at another 40% cut. So we were trying to reduce that VOCA grant. So we're at 95 for 2025.
My other question was, why does the state just even bother to give you $127,000? It just seems like chump change. What's the deal with that? Why are it just seems like such
Well,
a
if
small.
there's that or zero, I'd think I'd rather take 127,000.
It just, are they helping or not?
Well, I mean, certainly it helps because you compare that to what, nothing. It is a help. Tried to outline a little bit of the recent change in law. My timing's always perfect, right? They're going to raise the DA's salaries, and I'm leaving. But it is, I would say, a crisis. The state legislature recognized that, so the state is going to increase funding, and then at the same time require that DAs and their first assistants make a minimum salary, and they tie that to what a local district court judge and a local county court judge makes, and I think that's a fairly good benchmark. So that will increase, Greg. So somebody obviously was asking the same questions you are, and then that discussion prompted some legislation, and that legislation will become in effect in 2026. July 1st, at that point, there will be a minimum salary that the counties have to pay if it's a multi-county district like ours for the DA and the first assistant. And then the state will also increase their contribution, but it's still not going to cover, the cost totally. And it doesn't really account for the challenges of cost of living, where these offices are. I think that's why rural DA offices struggle so much, is that we can't really compete with those larger DA's offices for salaries. And then you couple that with cost of living challenges, being close to tourist communities. It just makes it really tough. And I think that's why, a lot of people just aren't interested in doing this line of work. I think I was told there were 17 out of the 23 DA races were uncontested.
Right,
So
I read that.
just
I read
tells you
in
that
your
there's
letter.
only
Yeah.
one person willing to sign up to do it. So maybe that'll change, this legislation, and raising the salaries of DAs could change that. I'm hoping that it will.
How much are they raising it? Is it significant? Is it a significant raise?
It's what a district court judge makes, and maybe I just wanted to look away because it hurts so bad, because I won't be making it. But I think I want to say it's around 180 for the DA and 170 something for the first assistant. It's tied to whatever a county court judge and a district court judge will make. And so the minimum is 120. So I'm blessed and made a little bit more than that, but this I think will help avert
Yeah.
that crisis.
It's still nothing like private practice.
Yeah, and even other government work. I mean, we've had people who leave to go to county attorneys' offices and make quite a bit more, and of course they're government attorneys. But look, we do the job because we have a passion to pursue the truth, and I've never wavered from that, and I think I would be remiss in not recognizing my team for those who choose to be career prosecutors and are coming on board. I'm very grateful for the team that I have. Their job's tough. I try to always express that in the end in my letter. I hope in the future the DAs will do the same. I'm sure they will, and I have no doubt that our district will be in better hands than mine going forward next year. So that's something to really be optimistic about, thankful for.
Questions from the,
Yeah, I do, real
Patty.
quick. For the
then
victims
Steve.
assistant, so it's a federal grant program.
It is part of it. It's VOCA
And the other one
VAIL.
is the victim assistance from law enforcement, or
Yes,
bail.
exactly. VAIL, correct.
Is there anything we might be able to do with our legislative connections, both within the state and at the federal level, to promote or, maintaining the level of funding or increasing the level of funding? Because it is of such value to the people that are victims of crime.
Yeah. I haven't really thought about it at that, altitude. I would focus more on maybe lower altitude, like here locally, like your fellow county commissioners in the other counties, just, say that these are valuable people that don't need to wonder if their job's going to be secure if a grant gets reduced. I've dealt with grant funding for many years, not near as many years as Steve Aran, our victim witness team leader, but they're always sort of like they're nail biters sometimes because
They
they
don't
get
have to
cut, they
wait.
threaten to cut. And I just think it's worth, like many DA's offices have done, just making those a part of your FTE framework, so that those are employees of the DA's office. And there's no hope we get a grant this year.
Right. Well, I totally understand that. It's just for us, at the county level, we've become very pleased and very happy and very grant pursuing and hiring people related to their ability to keep those, it is. Am I going to have a job next year or the year after? But I think if we can get some stronger, confirmation or consistency at the state and federal level, because I know that a lot of counties are getting hit for funding for just about anything. But if we can use our position of such power with the state and federal legislators, that maybe we can at least help to get a stronger assurance or commitment, maybe years. I don't know. I don't know what the specifics would be, but I think it's something we might be able to help your office do. And then bring in the other electeds within the state actually, to see what we can do, because it's a program definitely worth funding.
I really appreciate your recognition of that, and I appreciate you being motivated to work at that level. I'm not really smart enough to even begin to understand how policy could be affected at that level, but anything that you could do is appreciated.
Yeah,
And
just keep us in the loop.
Yeah.
That'd be great, thanks.
Steve?
I thought about the housing for your staff. And given that we were successful in passing our property tax for affordable housing, and we have had, I mean, a lot of the opportunities are not in Picken County, they're in Eagle or Garfield County for more affordable projects. And some people criticize us for supporting housing things in other counties, but to me, we're trying to support essential workers. And I would consider district attorney staff to be essential workers.
well, thank you.
They're very likely would be, living closer to Glenwood than up this direction. So we do have, or we will have money once we start collecting property tax for projects to assist employees in securing their own housing. As one option, but I would love it if we could have some of our, the housing that we are able to secure to go to district attorney staff, just to help ease that problem and, recruiting good attorneys. If they can't find an affordable house to live in, it makes it so hard for you, and the whole community suffers. So that's something to keep in mind, or for your successor to keep in mind going forward.
Well, I think we will need to connect to see the ripple effect of that in terms of what's available and seeing how to create a framework to apply for it. We have had folks accept a job verbally, and then have to withdraw after looking for a home or an
We have to,
apartment.
yep.
We
And
see
so
that
that'd be
too.
very appreciated.
I was just thinking, I don't know what your plans are after you're done. I'm hoping you collect the letters. I'm no doubt other DAs who are leaving are writing, and let's put those together and make sure the legislators see that. It's powerful. You always write such a powerful letter, and it seems to me that would be useful. And I'd certainly help distribute that.
I appreciate that.
Just,
Yeah,
this
there
is
was
crazy. Yeah.
Heartfelt letter of a DA that resigned. I don't know if you all saw over in the 7th. And just, he said it better than I could in terms of the burden of the job and how difficult it is. And he wasn't a person that just said, I'm going to dip my toe in being a prosecutor. He'd been a prosecutor for 17 years and just had to
stop.
tap out. No one was running against him next year, so he basically
Just walked away from it.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think a little booklet of those letters would be really valuable.
That's a good idea. Appreciate
Okay,
your
Francie.
offer.
Yeah, well, Jeff, thank you so much for your years of service, and I'm really sorry that we're losing you. I don't understand why DAs would be term limited. I don't see the point of that at all, but especially since it's hard to recruit new ones. Is that how could this other guy have been 17 years? Is that just unique to Judicial District 9, or is?
He wasn't always the elected DA. And other judicial districts did by vote eliminate the term limit or at least raise it. The 9th has never done that.
Oh, so we can go by individual jurisdictions.
I think that's another thing we could.
No,
I didn't
you
know
didn't
that.
suggest that to us.
No, I'm y'all are in really good hands in my view. Our next DA, like I said, you're going to be in better hands than mine.
Well, I
And
don't
so
believe
I
that.
think that things have worked out. We're blessed to have Ben Sollers, who's a committed prosecutor, and knows the burden because he shared them with me, being with me all the way. So that's something maybe that can be pursued here. It's a tough job, even if there weren't term limits. I don't know that I need kind of a break a little bit mentally, emotionally, but I appreciate the thought, about that. And I know that some people have expressed similar thoughts, but some
Well,
people also like term limits.
If the pay were higher, it would take away some of the burden of the job, particularly in this area. But I just wanted to tell you how much I've appreciated your letters over the last few years.
Thank
They
you.
always move me a lot. And, the emotional burden of being around the trauma that you witness and deal with, not surprisingly, obviously has effect on you and your staff. And I wonder if there's some way that the counties could support you in that area rather than just sort of letting you hang out,
Yeah, I think that getting an environment where it's acceptable to admit the impact that trauma has on you is the first battle, and I think we've made progress and strides in that. The legislature did earmark some funds for emergency responders to receive some therapy and counseling, and so some folks have taken advantage of that. But anything by way of that we can do, or that you think you can do, we would appreciate. I mean, it is real. Sometimes you feel guilty talking about it because you live it vicariously, and you're not the one that, is wounded directly, physically, but, mentally, it affects you. And I was just telling somebody the other day, I was up in the mountains, didn't talk with anybody for 7.5 days, didn't talk out loud for 7.5 days. And there's a sound that a certain material makes that takes me back to a particular case where people died, and I had to handle the case. And I'm out there in the middle of nowhere, and my jacket rubs like that. It just takes me back to that case. And I thought, wow, I can't even get away from it out here. So I feel guilty even mentioning
Well, you shouldn't.
my trauma, but I appreciate everyone being open to the idea that vicarious victimization, vicarious trauma is real with our first responders, and then expressing a desire to help. We have programs in our office that make available, funds to get help, but certainly anything additional to that we would appreciate.
Okay, well, that's good to know. I'm pretty insulated living outside of Carbondale from the effects of trauma on people's lives, but the recent event that I'm sure you're very familiar with has obviously traumatized the community. There were 300 people were you at the
No,
thing
I
at
wasn't there, but I
300 and then 500 online, so I'm obviously where people were really traumatized, and that's way further away than you all are from it.
But it's real,
Yeah.
and I recognize that.
Yeah.
And so-
Well, I appreciate your hanging in there all these years. My daughter worked at Yampa for a long time, spent a lot of time with kids who had a lot of trauma.
Mhm.
And,
sure.
By the end of every year, she just had empathy fatigue, and she was really hard for her. But now she's working at CRMS and wishing she were working with disadvantaged kids again. I mean, she loves CRMS, but
Yeah.
she doesn't love working with kids with so many advantages, but I did witness the effects on her of being around kids all the time who had such trauma in their lives.
Yeah, I think that anybody who signs up voluntarily to do work like that, we should recognize it and be thankful for them.
For sure.
Well, thank you. Connie, do we have a decision point here, or are we just hearing do we have to, sorry, I got distracted. There's something going on out in the street that looks a little disturbing. I think we wanted to call the sheriff on this guy. He's running around in traffic.
Oh, yeah, I see him.
You're just trying to cross the street, or?
No, something's up there.
He's from New York City. He used to jaywalking.
There's an Aspen police person there, I think.
Okay, all right, thanks. Okay, sorry.
He might be celebrating my last budget.
Right,
there. Yeah, well,
Want a friend of yours, Jeff?
could be.
Okay.
Trying to divert
I'll
us
invoke
from
my
his
rights.
asking
I
for
hope
more
they're
money
okay.
here.
No specific decision point. This is wrapped up within our general fund, and we'll have a decision point on that later this afternoon.
Great, thank you. Kelly has a question or a comment.
Hi there. Sorry I'm not in person with you. I'm at home with a sick kid today.
I'm sorry.
But it's nice to see you, and
Good to
I
see you,
am
Kelly.
saddened to know that we won't be seeing you. And I thank you for all your years of service. I am wondering
Thank you.
how the conversations have gone with the other counties. Have they, I think we're feeling different pressures around the state, so I'm not sure how Rio Blanco and Garfield are considering the request, and I'm just curious.
Good question, Kelly. I'm sorry you're home with a sick kid. I hope for fast recovery. It is good to see you, though. Thankful for the technology we have. The other counties have approved our budget. This is our last stop, so this is kind of. I'm a little bit sad. This is my last time. I don't have another county
You
to
can always
go
come
to.
visit us.
You can come back before the first of the year. We'll invite you back to see us.
I would love to see you. But they have, they've supported our request, so we feel this is our last stop.
Saving the best for the last.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay, great. Well, so we'll get a decision later in the day. I think we're going to keep moving, but thank you. Always
Yeah,
a
it's good to see
pleasure.
you.
It's an honor to have you come and talk to us, and the service you've given over the years. It's touching, and I have to say, I think we're all
I
feel
think
the same way.
putting together the
Sorry to
letters is
see
a
you
good
go.
idea, Greg.
Yeah, if we can help you
great idea.
somehow.
Well, I'm honored and I'm thankful for you all.
Let
It's
Tony know
really
I
good
missed
to see
seeing
you.
him today, and I spoke not too long ago with Bill Brunsworth, and I know he's been gone for a couple years now, but it was always great to see him too.
Yeah.
It's always good to see you,
Yeah,
all of you.
it's great to
Just
see
out,
you.
out of interest.
Thank
We'll
you
probably
for
see you at noon, right?
Maybe
the
at
courthouse?
noon.
We don't have a grant program.
For Laura
here
Swearigan?
I
They
got
could
to
apply.
get
You have to
back.
leave.
I got a timeline on the thing, but I'm sorry. Those meetings,
Nice to
sometimes I
see
can
you.
catch them, sometimes I can't.
Thanks.
All right, thank you so
Thank you,
much
thank you for
having
coming.
Okay, thanks,
Thanks
guys.
for coming, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Okay, all right, we gotta keep moving here. Connie's giving us our introduction. I'm putting my hard copy in my book. Thank you.
Bye, gentlemen, thanks.
We kinda need more Jeff Cheneys in the world
He's done a great job.
and his crew.
Got every police officer on duty out there now.
Yeah, something was up.
Yeah.
Didn't mean to be a distraction.
Okay, today we are on the last of our core focus presentations, the prosperous economy. We'll be touching on success factors that include sustainable economy and employment, affordable and quality healthcare options, high-performing county leaders, teams, and employees, and responsible and accountable stewardship of county assets. There are quite a lot of departments that are included in today's presentation. A number of the elected departments, internal service departments, and then the only two funds are internal service funds, which are risk and health insurance. This is the smallest section of the budget broken out by the core focus areas, just 18% of the overall proposed budget, and about $50 million. As you can see from the pie chart, health insurance is the largest area of this budget. It includes our self-funded program. And really the other departments are a much smaller part of the budget because it's just simply the staff and the services that are being provided without a lot of capital or other costs within this part of the budget. In looking at the changes year to year in this area, you will see a number of variations in different departments depending on the factors affecting them, and we'll go through those during the presentation. For the general fund overall, it's just under a 2% increase, and all of the areas put together, a 5.8% increase. And we'll go into detail in each one. So we're going to start today with Ingrid in the Clerk and Recorder's office.
Right.
From elections to budget.
Well, I told you, I walked in this morning and someone said, "Oh, what time's your presentation?" I was like, "Oh, unprepared."
Well, this must be so much easier than everything you've been through in the last week or 2 or 3.
Yes, it's been a push. It's been a push.
Good job.
Well, good job. Got us through it.
Can I ask real quick? What was the final percentage of voters that came out? Do we know?
79.
What?
79%.
What's our highest been in a general election?
I think we had, I think it's in here, the 85%
That was in your
in
facts.
2016, but 2020, I think, might have been close to that. So we're a little bit down,
Here's one,
surprisingly enough.
2016, 85.6.
Yeah,
Surprising.
yeah. I mean, we
Anyway.
still, with our cleanup, we still have, 100 and some more to, put through, but
Okay, thank you.
probably not gonna change the percentage. Okay, in quickly preparing, I noticed that there's a little mistake here on the org chart. Down there in election judges, it has 100 to however many, and
100 to 250.
that was for 2024 because we had 3 elections. So that is,
Wow.
that's not what it'll be in 2025. So,
What would be typical in 25?
well, in this election, we had about 57 election judges, between in-person and mail ballot, and they don't all work full-time, so, they work here and there, so I would say more like 50 per election,
Got it.
so.
Thank you.
So, I think on this slide, you know what we do, and there's, most of us in that picture. So, and then I was trying, because I knew this was the last section of your budget, to have something a little bit interesting instead of just dry. So, you probably have all looked at these, so I don't need to, go through each one of them, but if anybody has any comments or questions or follow-up they'd like on here.
Steve?
Yeah.
I hate the black license plates. And I know that's nothing, it wasn't your decision to
Wasn't
do
your
that,
fault.
but we all have to live with it, but
Right.
how did we end up with,
Every year, the legislature approves more, license plates. It's kind of crazy.
There's like 100 choices now,
And
right?
people either love or hate those black and white license plates. I tend to agree with you. I don't want one. But, yeah, it's funny.
I never knew that the ZG stood for zero growth.
You didn't?
Well,
know
I
that.
think it was
That's
ZG
yours.
before it
So-
became zero growth.
No, that, they requested
Did
that.
they really?
Yeah, that
Ah,
board, I
see, I
believe,
never knew that.
requested it, so.
So then it became ZP after. What was ZP for?
I don't know, maybe it was
Zero participation.
Yeah, zero.
Yeah,
Thank
who
you.
knows?
Good, quick
Who
one there,
knows?
Patty. Thank
Who
you.
knows? But at any rate,
I do have a question
Yes.
related to staffing.
yeah.
So do you have a position open and your request is to increase that to 1 full-time?
Correct.
Which makes sense in trying to recruit, I think.
Correct, and that's it was originally in motor vehicle, but then they had people they wanted to hire for full-time. We moved it over into recording because recording has been down. But yet, some point when we want to, and I'm not saying we're gonna recruit tomorrow or anything like that, but at some point when we bring that person, that third person back in, it'll be a whole lot easier to find someone full-time with benefits.
And cross-training, I
And
noticed it,
cross-training
which
and all
I
that
think is
stuff.
very valuable in your office.
Yeah.
since you're right there together.
Yep. Okay. Priorities. Okay, there are a few things changing. The legislature passed a recording flat fee, which is going to take effect on July 1st, and that will be $40 per document. Now, the state had done all kinds of studying the numbers, and presumably that will make us more money. We now have, this was really pushed by title companies and lenders because they never knew how many riders they were going to put on a deed of trust, et cetera. I personally was never in favor of it because I thought this is benefiting them, and then the little old lady that comes in and needs to file a quitclaim deed is going to have to pay $40 instead of $13, but it passed. My only other concern with that one is that also includes plats. So plats now are $20, but we get multi-page plats, and this will be $40 for the whole thing. So that's something to watch to see how that plays out. And we're going to be much more stringent with the city of Aspen, as in your building plans aren't part of a plat. So, so that's something that's going to affect us. The cloud search is finally ready to go live, and now that the election's over, I can spend some time with recording so we can get that out there. That's really mostly for public. It's more intuitive for how they would search versus our stakeholders who know how to search our current system. But it also gives that the fraud alert thing that people can sign up for. You can actually sign up for it now on there, but we haven't put out the link to the cloud search and promoted it. So that's on our to-do list for now. Motor vehicle, a drives update is happening sometime in 2025. While we don't know the impact from experience with drives, as there will be some challenges, we're not sure exactly what kind of effect that will have. And we are hoping that they bring back that driver's license pop-up program. We were hoping for a kiosk, and we're still working on that, but the vendor contracts are not viable. They show us paying a certain amount of money, even though they say we're not, but the state isn't saying. It's a contract thing, and if they put it together, we'd be happy to have an off-site kiosk for driver's license renewals. With elections, we're mostly legislative changes. We just experienced our first jail pop-up voting center. And of course, it's more election judges, more time, more staff time. We had one person vote, and that wasn't even part of that pop-up. It was a few days before the way we've always done it with the jail and going back and forth. We're hoping, they're talking about putting in the cleanup bill this year, some change to, either the size of the county, or if you don't have this many people incarcerated, so forth. So stay tuned. They are also passed something that says we have to send a mailing to all voters that have less than 2 signatures on file. You understand that, don't you, Patty?
I know that well.
The problem is, right now, the only report you can do is for no signatures on file. The state system doesn't do a report to tell you there's only one signature on file. And I have to tell you, after being down there, many, especially younger people, you have 2 or 3 signatures. They all look the same, and they're a signature on a pad, a driver's license or something that looks nothing like their handwritten signature. So we'll see how that goes. We assume that the state is working on a report that will give us that information. But there again, it's another mailing and time. So
you're just notifying people that they need to.
They need to supply another signature. So it's like sending out secure letters, except it's
Yeah,
not a
yeah,
secure letter. They have to
electronic
get-
signatures are really tough to evaluate on
is,
that system.
yes. Well, and try with the overseas people when they can actually try to sign with a mouse.
Yeah,
That-
yeah.
You know, you ever tried to do that? Looks
No.
nothing
No,
like your
It's
signature.
not accurate.
Nothing.
You
No.
can't sign a piece of paper and take a picture with your phone and submit that? That'd be more accurate if they could pull that off of the,
Yeah, it probably,
Yeah,
it
that's
probably
a good
would.
idea.
Yeah.
it's
well,
got scanning
yeah,
software and the
kinda,
phones will do
yeah,
that.
Yeah, so we'll see what that looks like, but we don't know exactly yet what that looks like.
So the state is asking us to notify people, but we don't know what people we need to notify.
Right, right. We don't know how to quite
Brilliant
accomplish that.
legislation.
Yes. Okay, 2025, we'll just have a coordinated. I had put unless special elections because of some things that were on the ballot for the county. I thought there could be some special elections. There always still can be, but it's looking less likely, so. With that in mind, we plan to cross-train our election specialists in other departments so that we can, you know, utilize that time elsewhere and still keep that person, you know, on the staff.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Safety and security, we still have January to go. We have, which you may or may not know, there is a lawsuit pending. I'm not sure exactly the status. There's supposed to be a meeting at 11, and I'll find out more. The Republican Party is filing some lawsuit regarding the Secretary of State password leak, which was
what?
not of any security
What's it about?
risk. On the 29th, we found out, the clerks found out that the Secretary of State's office had posted something on their site, and there was a hidden tab that had some internal passwords
Oh, that's right.
to some equipment. They found out about the Thursday before, and that was on the Tuesday. Didn't tell the clerks. There was a little bit of unhappiness with all the county clerks, but it was never a security problem because we had two pieces of equipment, the only ones that we didn't think we needed to replace last year that had to have the passwords changed. But you would have to get into the room. You would have to, well, there are two of us there are four of us that can get into that room, only our election staff. There are two of us who have logins to those computers, which you would have to get into that internal password, which only is telling the computer what it's connected to. It has nothing to do with the operating system. So it never was actually a security problem, we didn't think, but the one party is trying to
So
make
the
a big deal out of
Republicans
it.
are thinking about filing a suit about that?
They evidently have.
Oh,
So yes, I'll find out more here
Okay.
later this morning. So we don't know how that's going to affect us. But also, looking forward to 2026, we want to make sure we have our safety and security nailed down, and there may be some things that we want to talk about that, you know, we didn't have time to deal with this year. So, budget changes, little to no change, we figure in motor vehicle. Recording activity is still low. We presumably are expecting some increase from that $40 flat fee the second half of the year. And there will be a minimal increase in our maintenance fees for the cloud search program. So, and then we sort of already talked about the FTE increase, which is from what is it, 70.73 to a full, just for the hiring. And speaking of that, we have an expected retirement on our frontline specialist. It was with the county for a very long time and is at the top of the pay range, so that could even things out here initially. Let's see, so with elections, the coordinated election in November, I did not put in the 45% new reimbursement from the state, which we will get for the first time from this election we just did. But because there has to be certified content from the state for them to pay that 45%. And it was too confusing to try to sort out if they did that, and then because they pay the 45% off the top, so then that affects how much then we're having to charge our districts less. But so we just said, let's just figure it as if there's no state content and what we'd get from the districts. But
We can apply for it
Chances
later if there was state content.
if there's state content,
We
yeah,
don't
we'll
lose
get,
the
we'll get
opportunity.
we don't lose the opportunity. No, it was,
We
you
don't
know,
know.
if for some reason, for the first time, there were no state content, we wouldn't get any money from them. So, then, I think that's about it. So, I kinda went crazy here, didn't I?
Really?
But, the, legislative, we have, we've talked about the Secretary of State reimbursement and the recording flat fees. They're also talking about this year putting in some legislation regarding the copy fees for recording and doing some standardizing and increasing our copy fees, because there was sort of an issue with what was in statute regarding recording and what was in statute regarding Cora that was getting it all confused. So they're trying to clean that up this year. Also, they are talking about trying to go for a increase in marriage license fees. So, I think from 30 to 40, but we only get a portion of that anyway. So it's just a few dollars, but that's
It's not gonna-
something coming.
It's not going to reduce marriages, I assume.
No.
I'm not gonna get married again at $10
Yeah, 40
more,
bucks.
forget
Yeah,
it.
no way. I'm not paying it.
When they pay cash, they usually have 220s, and you gotta find them a 10 anyway, so let's just make it 40.
I like that rationale.
Let's just make it
Okay,
40.
we've got about 8 minutes left on this one. Just
Okay.
want to keep us on
Yeah,
track.
so, for election cycles, you already know we fluctuate depending on the year and how many elections we have, so I won't get too far into that. I put in the replacement schedule. What's in 2025 for elections pretty much takes care of a full replacement. 2027, our Agilus Duo, which is the ballot receiving machine, is due for replacement. I don't remember the cost on that, but a couple of things that are on the replacement schedule that may not really affect us. The recording server is due in 2025. I will talk to IT to see if that's really is needed or not. And then the recording system is scheduled for 2026, but we don't have any thoughts of switching vendors, so that may be sort of a moot point anyway. As you know, there's low real estate inventory, high cost of housing, and high interest rates that's keeping the recording down, and costs of supplies keep increasing. I've got some stuff here on cross-training, but we've kind of already talked about it. But I do want to just kind of want to do a shout out for our recording and our motor vehicle staff who really stepped it up for the election and jumped in and did whatever they could do. That's just a little aside. And I want to thank you all for these double doors. That saved us money and was much more workable and was terrific. Any questions? We got this chart.
Now that I'm looking at the double doors, I'm thinking, wow, I thought they were going to be bigger. I thought they were going to be wider than that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah. So then we've got the chart, which thought had some interesting stuff. We did not update it for the 2024, but we said estimate 12,000, we only got to like 11,300 or 11,400. But you have the other numbers, you have the breakouts of the parties.
Good.
Great, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, you guys did an amazing job.
Thank you.
A lot of work.
Thank you.
This is a summary of the budget for the clerk and recorder and elections. You'll see overall it's down 4%. This is an area of the budget that fluctuates depending on what type of an election is coming up the following year, 2025 being an off year, so we would expect the decrease there.
Got it, great. Oh, thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, who's on the hot seat now?
John.
Kara.
I tried, Kara, sorry.
Looks like somebody's
girl.
dog, I think.
Yeah.
I need to learn about Levi's chicken.
Well, I'm reading a book right now that's called Your Dog is Your Mirror, which has frightened me given
Since you just
my
jumped over.
observations of Lou, yeah. No, thank you. I'll take lead, and Kara's here to correct me as necessary. So this is our team, or
Good-looking
at
team.
least the mirrors of our team, and I think you all work very closely with us and know everyone. So we'll go ahead and in terms of who we are in our office, we have, of course, myself, the county manager, 2 deputy county managers, Rich and Kara, project and records administrator, Jeanette, executive assistant, Charlotte, administrative assistant, Lainey, management analyst, Levi, and part-time special projects manager. We still have Phyllis hanging in there. She's finishing up some things for us this year. For the board, we have, of course, the 5 commissioners and the clerk to the board, Sam. And then there are 2 sub-departments that are going to be presented after this. I don't think I'm doing them, right? Okay. Community relations and community resiliency. Go ahead, Connie. Again, I think the board's very aware of the priorities and initiatives from our office. The manager's office has been deeply involved in the airport planning and negotiations this year, and we believe that's going to continue now over the next couple years, particularly with the outcomes of the ballot questions, climate action, community growth processes and planning, the Vision 2050 project that we're deep into right now. Housing obviously just also got to be more robust, happily, with the passage of 1A. But we also focus internally, really ensuring organizational health, sustainability, ensuring that the organization aligns with the priorities of this board as well as requirements under state and federal law, and then provide legislative monitoring. We do have some proposed budget changes. Unfortunately, our office has been bitten with the retirement bug. Phyllis has been transitioning out. We're keeping her on to finish some policy work and continue to do some knowledge transfer for us. Rich Engelhardt, of course, has announced his retirement, and while we're happy for him, definitely sad for us, but we're anticipating doing a similar thing where we keep Rich on in a consulting capacity like we did with Phyllis, both for knowledge transfer and continuity, particularly with the major projects that Rich has been working on. Building security implementation, we have had recommendations coming through risk management through consultation with our various departments. The reason this is sitting in the manager's budget is it seemed to be split
responsibility between different departments. Some of it was risk management, some of it was facilities, you know, and so we wanted to consolidate these and take responsibility. So those funds are sitting with us right now. There are various things in here, including some facility improvements, a new kind of app to be looking at around how we are notifying in the event of something happening in our buildings, you know, really modernizing the panic button kind of thing. We still have updates to our strategic plan and EDI. Those projects are, quite frankly, coming together in some ways. Most of these funds really are, and you'll hear about this more in resiliency also. You all might remember Lamont, who came to your retreat. Lamont has been continuing to provide consultation and coaching within the organization, and it's also led to conversations that we'll be bringing back to this board, the newly seated board in February, around changes that we think need to be made to our strategic plan. We are anticipating that we'll have another busy reappraisal year coming up. So we do have an increase in there for hearing officers again. We have our new workplace task force and our grant program. As you are aware, we've hired a firm, DC Strategies, yes, out of our office. We think we've been pretty successful since we brought them on. That was a directive of this board to be more robust in our grant, both research but also writing. We've also built some monitoring capability within finance. But we have been successful, particularly with DOLA Energy Impact Grants, Colorado Department of Early Childhood, Governor's Energy Office grants. We've been really successful, as you can see. We've got some large pending grants out there, and we've had some that weren't successful, as you expect when you're really being aggressive in the grant space. I would note that the RAISE grant that's listed under not selected, we were invited and recommended to reapply for that funding. So we have it in both the rejected and pending spaces.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. I was wondering about that.
And if I could, even a quick update on that, I think really with credit to bringing in the outside, it helps staff be more intentional. So even on the RAISE, the latest update is that although we weren't selected even in this pending, we've been tagged and basically are resubmitting for another segment within the RAISE that we're able to go for. And I've also been able to leverage some of that with some of our regional partners too. So that I would say this scorecard speaks a lot to all the different places that staff are playing, and also some of the partnerships that are embedded in here, like the child care, the RAISE, takes a lot of work. And so having that third party help bring it all together has been really successful.
How often can you reapply for the RAISE grant? Is that an annual, or does it push us back a year if we don't get it, or?
It is more complicated than that answer. I guess we did not get accepted since we put the slide deck together, and have been pegged for not selected, but going into some other review process. So I think the RAISE process is a little.
So they haven't told us to abandon all hope.
Exactly. Keep all hope.
Yeah. And I think what's good about this, and we'll try and get a more specific answer to that question, Greg. I don't think between Kara and I know, but we are confident in talking to the team that if we are awarded in this next round, it will align well with the terminal and airport planning, which is really the part of the goal here. So we'll try and get more specific information on the timing. My concern was that we were still aligned when it came. Oh, Rich is here. He may have that answer. Sorry, Rich, I didn't see the little box there with you in it.
No problem at all. I was just gonna add on to this, that we did get the feedback is, our granting agency is really highly suggesting that, there's some advocacy that takes place, at the congressional level. So I think this is an area you guys may be able to offer some assistance to, as this raised grant moves forward.
Great.
But like John says, we'll get some of those details to you.
Great, thank you.
But I also want to note within this grant list how we're moving board priorities forward here, from looking at regional sustainable aviation fuel projects, the continuing to fund the co-responder and mental health response programs, the geothermal energy analysis for the AABC and airport, childcare. We're really playing in those diverse areas where the board asked us to move the needle, but maybe we didn't have specific resources dedicated originally. So I think the grant program's been really successful.
Yeah, I'll say.
I appreciate this layout, so, because we've been asking, where are we? And this is a great way to present it.
We feel there's good bang for the buck here.
So we've received more than 5 million in grants, and we have submitted another 5 or 6 million, and then 2.25 pending, that seems like a pretty good batting record for grants.
And
That's amazing.
Yeah, and we're spending about we're budgeting 114,000 for the next year of DC strategy. So we
money
feel
well
it's a good
spent.
return.
Yeah, good grant writers.
What does MODES stand for? Enforced Planning Project.
Oh, turn your mic on.
Oh, golly.
It's
Rich.
Rich, do you remember what the acronym MODES,
Kelly, I see you
MODES? I know it's I think it's the mass transit.
Multimodal?
I don't know specifically, John.
Okay,
but it
we're
is-
getting,
it
God, we're
is
such
in-
bad bureaucrats
Nice,
today. We
guys.
don't know our
Try to
acronyms.
impress us.
Asking us
out there.
federal acronyms. We only know local and state acronyms.
This is budget season. You're
Just
trying
make
to
it up, they
impress.
do,
Just
so.
make something up. Kelly has a question or a comment.
No, a question. And just remind us again what our fee is for these grant writers for all of this.
114,000 a year.
That's amazing. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, they're doing great. I wanted to ask about the where was it? The Brush Creek Park and Ride grant. What was that grant for, and why didn't they give it to us?
Rich, do you have that from me?
Okay, we're not going to ask any more questions, people.
On the park and ride, that was part of that federal grant process that we had gone through, Greg, and we just did not make the clip on that one, but we still got quite a bit of it taken care of. We just had to stop short. I believe the restrooms were cut out.
Yeah.
The
We
espresso
did get a lot of
machine.
the infrastructure put in the ground for electric charging in that go round, but we just didn't get the funding, the full funding.
Huh.
And
Well,
I think one thing I could say too is bringing this DC strategies on has also helped us see federally there's some that we can be competitive for. A lot of them with what's coming down federally is where are we competitive, especially in that Justice 40 element. And so they've really been helping us, and I think the DOT, of where can we position ourselves to be competitive in that federal space, and where do we need to say we need to work more regionally with other partners.
I'm wondering have you communicated with them just about the change in the administration and how that might affect federal funding trickling down our way?
We've only had a week.
Yeah, I know. Well, what I'm thinking is we've only got about a month and a half, and then
Yeah.
it's over. Like, things could change dramatically. I'm just wondering are there any last minute grant, are they is the current administration going to be trying to spend out their
money out.
reserves, quickly? They may be pushing things out.
We have a standing monthly call. The next one is on Thursday. So I think
Excellent.
we'll learn more and see what pulse they might have
yeah.
from their network.
Great, thanks.
Then go ahead, Connie. So we have the board budget, no increase in FTEs. There is a 10% increase. Most of that is really in professional and technical services, and then just the personnel increases are probably around benefits and such.
So the personnel increases, yes, benefits because our health insurance is increasing 25% what the county is contributing. But then the state tables for commissioners' salaries have also been updated. And so every time there's an election year and a newly elected commissioner coming in, there's an increase there. So that's part of that 18% you see. On the professional services, the Board of Equalization is included in this BoCC budget, and given that 2025 will be a reappraisal year, it's $100,000 more that we've added into that budget line.
Okay. Questions, comments?
I always hate it when those new commissioners make more than the old ones.
Yeah, really, it's ought to be the other way around.
I mean, Kelly and I are on the old side of it. You guys make more ahead of us, so we're gonna make you work harder next year.
And then on the manager's budget, similar, the professional and technical services are going up primarily around the succession planning and getting the overlap as we transition. Rich in March. Guy, you weren't on to hear the things I said about you earlier, were you, Rich? But as we transition Rich in March more to contract type of services and look to bring on his replacement. Even though there's going to be no replacing Rich.
Got it.
Yeah. Yeah, John keeps seeming to refuse accept this fact, but
You're not allowed to retire until I'm done. That was my rule. Patty.
So when will we start, or have we started recruiting?
We haven't started the recruitment process. We're finishing the job description, and we're going to probably look to use a third party to help us find somebody.
Just don't show them the beer that's stashed in Rich's office when you're recruiting.
Really? Nobody told me about it. Does he have a mini fridge?
No, it's right there. It's from a party from years ago.
It was I think from when we were in the Carbondale Rec Center, maybe.
Oh, that's been a while.
And
Three holiday parties ago.
That's what yeah.
now why Rich got all
Yeah.
of them, I don't know.
it's
Well, it was in
just a
Francis'
storage
office
place,
for a
trust
while,
me.
and then we moved it over.
Okay.
That's all we have.
That's all you
unless
got.
there are questions.
Okay. No.
Really appreciated your write-up at the end. It was excellent. Very
I gotta
interesting to
give-
read.
Gotta give Kara and
And Charlotte.
Yeah, that's
credit
great.
for that.
It was awesome, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Next we have
team.
resiliency.
It's good to be reminded of what we're actually doing here.
Right.
Right. No, that's what's so helpful.
So small.
Good morning.
Hello, Ashley. Hello,
Hello.
Michael.
Ashley Pearl and Michael Port here to present the resiliency budget, which is nestled within the manager's office budget. So I'm going to let Michael do the bulk of the talking because the resiliency budget is primarily funding climate action work. But I just did want to call out a couple other things that are in there. So the resiliency team is myself and Michael, and then the housing team as well. You've already heard about our housing budget. So the resiliency side of our team includes the climate action work, childcare work, which mainly was funded with ARPA last year. You'll see a little bit of that continuing into 2025 and 2026 with our stipend program. I support the EDI, DEI equity work that the manager's office is moving forward. And then we also support, of course, resiliency planning, which to us that means kind of future planning. So resiliency, adaptation, emergency planning. I serve on the emergency planning team to think about what might be coming our way due to climate change and how we might adjust or plan better for that, and then how we recover from emergencies long term. So a lot is encompassed in that term, resiliency. I still have yet to really get a good definition of what it means, but it's great to be in the manager's office because we can be a bit of a catch-all for some of those things that do need to go across the organization in some of these climate housing support spaces. So the bulk of it is actually Michael's climate work. So I'll let him take it over, but there's our team. It's us.
All right.
Robust, many of us.
Lean and mean.
Morning, Commissioners. Michael Port, Climate Action Analyst. I wanted to provide some highlights of climate action projects that the county accomplished this year. I don't take credit for these projects. So our other departments really are the ones spearheading these projects, but just wanted to highlight them for you all and give them a shout out. So we installed some new solar panels in our basalt facilities at Southside and River Park Center, which is the satellite office down there. The Southside PV system is offsetting about 50% of the electricity being consumed in that building. And then the River Park Center system is producing 50% more electricity than is being consumed in that building. So shout out to the assets team for getting those installed. Also, our fleet manager and public works is working on installing EV fast chargers. So we got 2 new EV fast chargers at the public works office, and I believe we have a couple others being put in at the airport as well. And then on the housing side, we are still kind of working through this, but working on improving and decarbonizing our own housing units that we operate with the county. So finding opportunities to improve energy efficiency, switch out gas for electric where we can. And then this project isn't done yet, it's still underway, but just wanted to mention the climate action plan. We had a lot of meetings over the last, over fall really, and met with 11 departments, 45 different staff around the county, and had a great kind of engagement process to come up with our climate action plan, which we're still in development, but wanted to highlight that for you as well. Our team really is has the ability to lead projects, but also support a lot of the different efforts that the county has going on. So in terms of department-led projects we're working on now, we have our updated greenhouse gas inventory where we're looking at 2023. We have some of the preliminary data, but we're working on finalizing a narrative kind of explanation of what we saw between 2019 and 2023. We're also working on the climate action plan and working on the sustainable aviation fuel feasibility grant that is going to live in the resiliency department as well, or team. And then in terms of supporting projects right now, the integrated microgrid, facilities electrification, and those new solar arrays, again, supporting the various departments that are installing projects and doing decarbonization work around our operations. In 2025, at the beginning of the year, we hope to have a fully adopted climate action plan and start moving on implementation. You know, to name many different big projects we have going on. Again, the microgrid, electrification, working on efficiency in our buildings, electrifying our fleet. We have that SAF feasibility study, which is going to be going on next year. The geothermal feasibility study associated with the airport and the ABC microgrid, and then as well performing energy audits in some of our facilities as well.
I do want to give a shout out just on that slide, Connie. In the past, the county has had climate action plans, but they haven't been necessarily an umbrella for all climate action work. We're really excited to present the climate action plan to you in Q1 of 2025, and hopefully we can get it adopted and start implementing. But I think you'll find that the way we've structured it this year, it's an umbrella plan, so that everything you see up on the screen there will have some link in the plan, so that if the board, the public, staff is interested in seeing kind of a comprehensive approach that the county is taking to climate action planning, it's a one-stop shop to see that. Right. And then really linking to all the other climate action planning efforts and projects going on. So although we do lead projects as the climate action team or the resiliency team, our role is really to support and lift up all that work and make sure it's connected to each other. So even though it's a bunch of bullets on the screen right now, hopefully in 2025 you will get the sense that it's really connected, and there's a kind of a bigger movement of all of us rowing in the same direction as far as climate action is concerned. So
That's great.
I think when we share the greenhouse gas inventory, that will be some good grounding for where we've been, where we're trying to go, and then that'll be complemented by the climate action plan to give you the actual plan on how we get to where we're trying to go. So exciting, and I just, the bullet points don't sometimes convey that, so I wanted to let you know a little bit of a preview of what you'll see in quarter one.
Right. I think it's great, because I remember when, as you said, when we first started talking about climate action plans, each department would talk about what they intended to do, or and it was kind of spotty. So this makes a lot of sense to me. But I also think you all should take credit for your work with CORE, because I know it's been a bumpy road in the past, but it seems like you're coordinated and working well with them at this point, and they're doing good work, and you can take some credit for that. I think that's important to put on your list. Why not? We take credit for everything you do.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Some of our 2025 budget highlights, $150,000 to support climate action plan implementation. So looking at future planning for the microgrid, ability to expand what is currently being installed right now. The energy audits, where we're looking at some of our facilities that are maybe farther in the future for electrification, but there are some kind of short-term checkups that we can do on the buildings. And then we also are trialing an energy management software that allows us to look at all of our primary county offices and how electricity and energy is being consumed, and generate different kind of analytics and reports for us, so generating really good data for us to know how our buildings are performing.
So this building had a data screen, a performance monitor up on the wall. Would that be integrating that data from that and making more sense of it, or making sure it's accurate?
Yeah, correct. So we have had an energy management platform that is linked to like the specific mechanical equipment that we have in some of our buildings. This new platform kind of takes a bigger picture look and can incorporate some of the existing data that we have.
Great.
We also have $20,000 to support adaptation, resilience, and emergency planning. So as Ashley mentioned, we are still working on kind of defining resiliency, but there is a bridge between emergency planning, climate adaptation, reducing greenhouse gas emissions that we want to define for the county and work on that. So this coming year, 100% of my position is coming out of the resiliency budget, whereas in previous years, this position was split between resiliency and community development.
And my position also gets, we change the percentages yearly, but looking at 2025, we'll split my position, which is the resiliency and housing director, 33% to resiliency and 67% to housing instead of 50-50. It may seem like a very specific change, but looking at what 2025 and the new property tax will bring to housing, recognizing that it's probably more realistic that I'm going to spend more than 50% of my time in housing. And then the other thing that you'll see in the budget this year is $315,000 moving forward for 2025 of ARPA money to support the child care stipends that we've been giving to child care professionals in the community. So that's around 100 child care professionals every quarter getting, what's the math, $4,000 a year if they're full-time in 2025. And then you'll see that again in 2026 because the board has decided to continue that to the end of 2026.
At the same level?
No, we can only afford at
down.
this rate to do 75% in 2025 and 50% in 2026.
Right, okay. I knew it was ramped. I couldn't remember what. Thank
And
you.
that's the only place you'll see ARPA money in 2025, which is a big change from last year.
Yeah.
I just want to do a call out to Ashley and Michael both. This is something that this department grow out as initiatives from the board, and even just have Michael's time no longer be split with community development is just really kudos to the effort and support he's giving across the department or across the organization to really leverage and push forward both your climate action goals and your resiliency goals. So it might be a small and mighty team, but it's a small and mighty team and not initiatives from 10 other staff. So, and they're really doing great work to push things forward.
Great. Patty?
And just so John and everybody knows, I've kind of given Michael a heads up as far as the NACO meeting in March, we need to start working on being prepared for that, what actually we need to do, how that meeting is conducted, and how we can utilize his level of learned. He's always learning in that position, because I can hear his brain from across the and I want to take full advantage of that before we go to DC to be prepared.
When we're still working with, was it Jessica?
Jessica Monahan. Mhm.
Right. How's that going?
She's our contact at NACO, and we need to, because we don't know what's expected of us, so we're going to be figuring that out in the next couple months with Michael's help.
Okay, great. Yeah, it'd be great to have reports on all the contractors we don't hear about at some point. Just like, what are they doing? We know they're out there.
I think this is great.
And that one, yeah, getting ready for NACO or other lobbying would be a great thing. Steve?
Thinking ahead, I'm going to continue going to Club 20 just on my own, and I do serve on the Energy Committee there. And I think would be important if I could get information in February when the policy committees are meeting at Club 20 to get information about the status of the sustainable aviation fuel effort. That would just to pass it on to the other Club 20 members, especially since we're working with Mesa County on that.
Yep, we can definitely do that.
What's the timeline on that? That's probably a pretty long term. When do we
Well,
expect to have?
I don't know if Rich is still on or not, but we will.
He changed seasons.
Yeah, we'll be going through an RFP process with our partners to select a vendor to conduct the feasibility analysis, and then following that will define next steps for us.
Right.
Yeah, we're in the process of getting that. We have a draft that we're reviewing internally, and then we're going to send it out to all of our partners to comment on. So the RFP's in development. So we're hoping for good things this coming next year to try to get some answers on it. But Patty's right. I think some of the role you all play in this is going to be important.
Seems like the feasibility is still a question mark.
It is.
And looking at the growth of the western slope, you wonder how long will it be a question mark? Like, will it become more feasible, down the road as population and development grows?
I think the question here is more around feedstocks and
Right.
Ability to produce a consistent quality, and I just flagged for the board, just like some other things that we've done, whether it be the microgrid or such. This is fairly cutting edge right now in terms of what we're looking at. And so it's difficult for us. We're going to wait a little bit to see what the responses are, to see what the timelines are. It's not like a standardized process just yet. So I think we'll have some iterative process here to come back
So
to.
we're the leading edge, but we're prudent
Yes.
about that. Kelly has a question.
How broad is the definition of feedstock? I'm still sort of unclear as to what universe of stuff that might include. Is that municipal waste?
It's just like a giant hopper. You can throw anything in it.
Yeah, that's a good question, Kelly. We're actually looking for that feasibility to help us understand that as well. So it's wide open. We're not being specific about what we're looking at. So we want to do an analysis in a 3-county region. So it's a pretty big ask of really evaluating agricultural. We're looking at landfill, could be municipal waste, could be all three. We don't know, but our effort is to try to really define it and make sure it's sustainable. Mesa County was really concerned about getting into a program that's not sustainable. They've entered into these before. I think Rubber Tires, John, was one that you may be familiar with.
Which one was that?
there was some rubber tire program they were going to shred and do some things with. It didn't pan out very well.
Wasn't
And they
enough.
said they do
Didn't
not
work
want to
out.
be a dumping ground for projects that just are not sustainable. So we're putting a real heavy emphasis in this RFP to take a look at that.
Smart. Great. Kelly, is your hand still up? Nope, it's not. Okay, carry on. Let's keep going. This is great.
So this is the proposed budget for resiliency. As you see, it's quite a shift from year to year, as this is a relatively new department with no personnel in it in 2023. And then there have been shifts in the percentages of where the salaries go. And I would expect that that may still continue as housing is being developed even more. They mentioned the different projects that are included under the professional services. And then you'll notice in the other expenditures that we had larger amounts in 23 and 24 for the ARPA dollars flowing through. And then we're down to just the last $315,000 for the child care stipends in 2025. Any other questions?
I don't see any. Great, thank you. You make it so easy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have community relations.
No question, but maybe, I don't know, maybe a reaction or something to throw out there. I guess I'm wondering that if other expenditures sort of reaches such a percentage of the budget where it's so large, that maybe we line item that out
Call
a
it
little
out.
bit. I guess maybe I'm not thinking of it correctly. I guess I just think of it as like sort of the catch-all,
Other being
end of the
like
bucket,
incidentals, right?
Yeah, that's more of a financial reporting description, which is maybe not the best, but it does include payments to other governments. It includes grants and contributions that we're giving out. And so those are the two largest categories that might be under other expenditures. As well, it can include the risk allocation that each county pays into or overhead charges.
Does that answer your question, Kelly?
Yeah, no, the explanation is great. Perhaps we include that definition on these, but I don't know. It just seemed it's hard to sort of explain this to the public, right? When it's just such a big percentage of any individual budget that maybe when it crosses a threshold, we actually just detail that out a little bit.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good suggestion. Rich?
Hey, being good follow-up people like we are, I wanted to get back on modes, what that means.
That was budgets ago. Go ahead.
As you know, grants always offer little insights into what they really look for in funding. So we named ours in an effort to try to hit on those points. It's Pitkin County Airport Multimodal Options for Decarbonization, Efficiency, and Safety Planning Project.
We made it up and we did
Wow. How could they not fund that?
That's
How
like
much,
a wellness.
how much staff time and dollars did we spend?
You don't want to know.
We had a consultant come up with that. Right.
We've learned from Peacock. He's really good at putting titles together. So
Acronyms, titles.
And planning parties.
Great. Thanks, Rich.
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay. Community relations.
Do you need another? Yeah.
You're really short.
There's another one over here.
This is like musical chairs.
It's too late. Too late? Okay.
Hi, Allison.
Just make sure you got mics right in front of you. So you can communicate with us.
Well, we've been at this table before, but never in this position.
It's
Yeah.
wonderful.
Yeah,
to have
welcome.
my
Do
first
Yeah,
this.
official-
welcome.
Can I just
That's
start
right. all
off
three of
and
them in a
saying
different way, yeah.
I am so excited because all three of these people from last year are now in the position, and this is your community relations team, 3
Fantastic.
full-time, and they're not sitting in the moderator. So you get to hear about all the other work that they do.
Great. All right.
Can we actually back it up a slide? Yes, I'm thrilled to be here in this role, presenting to you officially for the first time, the community relations budget. And we did put up the kind of mission statement that came out of the strategic communications plan this year on this slide here. So community relations exists so that everyone in our community and organization has the information they need when they need it. And just to give you a very broad overview, we kind of think of our work in 4 different pillars. So internal communications, marketing and public outreach, media relations and public relations, and then crisis communications and planning for and responding to emergencies, and all of that provided in both English and Spanish.
So here's the question for you, since you've put this provocative mission statement out there. The information when they need it, information they need when they need it, is that a need-to-know basis, or is that them needing it and wanting it? How does that work? Say the media calls you and says, Allison, we need the whatever you did yesterday, and then you decide, can we share this or not? How does that work? Just thought I'd bring it up because all the needs in there, the need to know, but whose need is it?
Wonderful. I think anyone who's asking, hopefully there's an answer somewhere, right? So that's on the back end, finding everything you need on the website. If you are trying to interact with the county in any way as a member of the public, definitely on the internal comm side, where is everything on kind of that back end website to make sure my benefits are being adjusted the way they're supposed to. And I think being accessible to the media at any time is crucial. And I can only make up scenarios as to when we would or wouldn't divulge.
Sure.
But I think overall showing up and being present is a huge goal of our department.
Great, thank you.
You guys are all very beautifully dressed today.
Similar. It's today. I mean, it's Blazer Budget Day, if you will. Kara, I meant to tell you. I'm glad you noticed, because we put a lot of time and thought into this.
That looks very nice.
Thank you. And we look beautiful in this slide as well. So this is your full team. I didn't do the where we are in the, org chart, but we are, of course, in the manager's office, general fund. Allison Bektesh, newly in the strategic communications manager role. To my right.
Abby Cheney, strategic communications coordinator.
And to my left.
And Rosa Saucedo, bilingual communications specialist.
And as Kara mentioned, this is your power team, fully staffed.
Oh, yeah.
Ready to go.
This is great. We should put out an alert that it's snowing right now after being
It
cloudless
doesn't say
this
that on the
morning.
weather report.
Right? So we can, Rosa and I can talk to 2024 highlights since we were there. Did you have anything you wanted to
I
start
think I'm
with
just
before?
going to start with, I think the biggest thing to point out, and you had a specific presentation on this, was that strategic communications plan work that went into 2024 to have that holistic look and kind of that booklet and marching orders. So that was a huge part of our 2024. And then I would love for the people who are actually here in 2024 to brag about their own accomplishments. So we'll pass it to Abby.
Yeah, so I'm not going to go over all of these, just pulling out some specific ones. So first off, we went out for a marketing RFQ. So we came up with 3 selected marketing firms, all with different strengths, that are now on a contract with the county, and departments have access to that contract instead of having to go out on their own to find their own marketing firm. And those were all vetted by this team. We responded to multiple incidents this year. It was pretty fun. Runway fire. We had a missing person that we responded to, discoloration of the Roaring Fork River, and continued partnership with the IMT during the X Games. We also, I think, fostered a really great new relationship with Chris, our new EM. I think this is just going to lead to way better collaboration between our department and the emergency manager's office, and we're already starting conversations on wildfire and being prepared for the year to come. We completed an audit of all of the Pickens County websites for ADA accessibility and worked with IT to find some training for internal folks that are actually on the back end of the website to get trained on how to actually produce accessible content on the website. And again, continued support for those big rocks that you all know of, Airport, Vision 2050, and really showing up as a strategic partner in those projects instead of doing most of the heavy lifting and all of that. And Rosa?
And well, while all those things were being done, we were making sure to get them translated as well. So I was translating campaigns, adjusting the language to make the connection to those who we were trying to reach. Translating the press releases, of course, and then also our internal communication. So all of the messaging that comes from John, making sure it's in Spanish. Also, one big one is worked with the Solid Waste Center and filmed 4 videos on their Sustainable Sites program. So those two, they were done in English and Spanish. So you'll probably see myself in there.
How do those get pushed out? Like how will the people using those?
So that will be by contractors, starting a project. So ComDev, it seems like they will be sending out, like they send out this
like a packet.
That comes with it.
It says watch these videos before you bring anything to our landfill.
Yeah. Correct. Also, and the last one would be the employee newsletter. So adjusting it, making it a printable version. So it's those that are working, those that are working outside of office, they can get a print version of the employee newsletter.
Great. Wow. Good work.
And I would just add on is that thrilled to have the full team. This was all done with limited capacity, and to your question earlier, Greg, I think the team is shifting a lot more into not just reactive but proactive, and so credit to all of you and what they've been able to build upon moving forward.
Great, yeah, well done.
You didn't need me.
I saw those emails coming from John in both English and then in Spanish, and I thought, wow, he's just cranking it out in Spanish. He sends the English one and just cranks another one out.
He's taking full credit.
Yeah.
So you do also have a movie star in your midst, and I just
right.
look for those. So we'll stick within our kind of 4 big pillars moving into 2025. That strategic communications plan that was formulated, now we have the full team and we're able to go into and implement that in 2025. And so the first and second bullet points here are really interrelated. That means a lot of coaching and a lot of relationship building with each department to make sure that all of their communications, both internal and external, are thought of on that bigger scale and that they have the support from our team as they do all of that. There was a portion pulled out of that, and Kara, you can speak to this, I think, on crisis communications planning, which I believe was budgeted for 2024 and then put aside, but that is going to be a priority for next year.
Correct.
Question just regarding department collaboration. How do you work, or will you work with the attorney's office? Just wondered if that's a different animal, since they're kind of a contractor to the BoCC primarily. How does that work if you're just wondering?
And I would love to talk about how we work with the BoCC as a full organization too, if you have one voice, but closely.
Yeah, and I think, Healthy Rivers was definitely still part of the strategic communication plan, looking at elements there. And then I would also say Allison coming on board has already built those relationships post-election, coordinating with RAI, what's language to put out there. So I think just building the relationships across all departments so people know to have that check-in and kind of flag who else needs to know.
Including attorney's office.
Yeah.
Got it. Great.
And then Abby mentioned some of the large-scale projects that we will see in 2025, including Vision 2050, and some other big outreach items. I can tell you what will change a bit in your budget for 2025 as compared to this year. It's a community survey year, which I'm thrilled to join at that time.
God, it seems like we just did it.
Every 2 years, so I can understand why it feels that way. So you'll see that line item allocated so that we can reach out to our full community and hear back from them. Again, that crisis communications plan was kind of interwoven, I think, into the strategic communications plan and then pulled out with limited capacity. So we're excited to get that fully developed and just have kind of some of that emergency planning and be really prepared for that within the next year. And then it is a state mandate, of course, that our website becomes ADA accessible. And so we've done the audit, we're doing the training, and then we can have those materials to make sure that we stay in line. The state did push that back to July 1st, 2025, I believe. So we're still well on track to be meeting that.
I see Rose's yellow hat
There you go.
I did want to ask about the community survey. When will that begin? When do you commence developing the questions for that? That comes to us, right?
Yeah, so we've been trying to put it out and around that August, September out
Got
to
it.
the
We
community.
got plenty
So
of time.
we'll be coming summer, June, July. Well, before July, June
I've
to
just
all
seen,
of you.
I don't know if you've noticed the papers lately, but there's a certain amount of criticism about the city's polling. And I've had questions just about the way we do surveys also, because sometimes it just seems like we're asking a question that we know the answer to, or we want the answer to. And so scrutiny on surveys and polling, I think, is, Rachel made really good points in the paper just about the city's, the questions they ask are definitely steering the conversation.
Generally, for the questions that have to do with quality and importance of service delivery, we've definitely had those vetted. The board over time has added questions around specific issues, and those may be worth taking another look at. I think if we could shrink the survey,
That
it
might be
might
good,
be
yeah.
good.
I
It's a
agree.
pretty robust survey, but I will say that we've tried to keep longitudinal data, and we did have it examined for being statistically significant in terms of, how are we doing, what's most important to you.
Got it. Okay, so that's reassuring. Thank you. All right,
I have something on a different note.
please.
And I was talking with Levi upstairs just briefly this morning. There are some legislative changes coming up that take effect in January. I'm specifically thinking of the hands-free driving. And I think the sheriff's office is going to be looking at doing some kind of public service announcements or whatever to let people know this is coming. And I didn't know if you guys, I think that's what we need to do. It saves everybody trauma when they don't know and they get pulled over. And it's also a safety factor, and we need to get people up and running with it as soon as possible. The other thing is maybe doing events, working with the sheriff's office, like at the parking rides, and show people what they need to know about hands-free driving, how to hook up their Bluetooth, et cetera, et
Okay, you're
cetera.
talking about cell phones. I was thinking hands-free. Oh, I've been doing that for years.
No. It's a different kind of hands-free.
It's
What's that?
cell phone-free
It's
hand driving.
Hands-free, that means you're not talking on your phone, you're
Not holding
either
your
plugged
phone.
in or you're Bluetoothed.
Right.
It's a state
And
law
there's
as,
a law being passed that you cannot have a phone in your hand, is that what you're saying?
exactly.
It's already
It's passed and takes effect January 1st.
Thank you.
And I
Thank
just
you.
think the public
was
needs to
wondering.
be informed of
Okay.
that, so they don't get pulled over because they're talking on their phone. And our sheriff's officers were already stretching them so thin, it'd be nice if they could be attending to other matters. And that's part of educating the public ahead of time. So I just wanted to cue you guys in to see, I know the sheriff's office is talking about doing it, so you'll probably hear about it, but you're hearing about it now.
I think the state's probably going to do something about that as well.
Uh,
Big time, huh? You
I'm
hope-
not gonna
you
count
hope
on
so.
that, I think we need to take it to heart here.
So I'm curious about the ADA online accessibility. Now, some people are computer illiterate and never will be literate, and they're probably the most disabled in terms of online accessibility, but I don't see how, I'm curious what the state law says and how that will affect us.
Do you want me to step in? And I also know, community relations in close coordination with IT is looking at how we're auditing the websites to be in compliance with those state guidelines. And this really came out of COVID. When COVID hit and everything went digital, was an effort from the state. I believe it was even first in the country that had these kind of digital ADA requirements. And so you're right, Steve, it's not going to hit those that are necessarily, not digital in general, but it's an effort to make sure things are readable, make sure devices that do read, so like our PDFs and everything, are readable through other devices if you're visibly impaired or hearing impaired. And so it's not making it all Seamless for every single person, but again, just like our physical ADA changes, it's making it more accessible. And the state, because this was such a big effort, last year during the legislative session, the state did push it back 1 year, recognizing there's a lot of changes because it's not only the website, it's also the documents that are on those websites and how those are accessible too. But we can probably, once it's live, it's probably a good opportunity to come back and show all of you and the public what those changes are.
Yeah, one reason I'm curious, it's like all of a sudden, the computer screen is pretty blurry to me as everything in the distance. And I'm wondering, how will I navigate on a computer screen if I can't see can't see it clearly?
Yeah. Well, we can come back. I think it's a great opportunity to come back and show what those changes are and how they're implemented to make make everything more accessible. I know there's even color standards, which colors are best for people that are colorblind, and so there's a whole lot of things we're all learning about.
It's a lot.
Great, thank you.
Kelly has a question.
Oh, Kelly.
Thank you. On that topic, is that item living in the IT budget?
IT does have the majority of the funds for ADA accessibility, yes.
Okay, and how much, I don't know if you would know off the top of your head, but what is that cost for this conversion? I thought it was pretty significant.
It is, and I'm trying to remember exactly. They budgeted a certain amount and then came back with a supplemental. I believe that we've had around $150,000. That's not to make everything ADA accessible on the website. It's beginning to diagnose and see where we're out of compliance and beginning to implement changes.
I mean, I might suggest that maybe if the first quarter is not packed on our schedule, that we do a work session presentation on this, because this is one of those significant unfunded mandates that came from the state, and understanding the full scope of what the work is and the cost to us, I think would be very helpful, if others on the board agree with that.
And I do believe we got a small grant for that audit, but not for the full implementation. And just to clarify, for community relations, this is about creating, based on all the lessons learned for the implementation, this is creating a digital standards and guidelines for moving forward, so we're not doing bad practices that aren't in compliance in the future.
Great. Okay.
Okay, any other questions on community relations?
I have one more real quick.
Go ahead.
We might want to add into the information for the public on the hands-free. I just got a text message from someone who's much smarter than I, using the electronic signage on the highway.
Right,
good
there you
idea.
go. That's a
Thank you,
good
Jeffrey.
suggestion. Hang up and drive. Okay.
Slowly.
Hang up slowly and drive.
Kelly has a
Kelly.
question.
Sorry, just before we wrap up here, I just wanted to share that I have heard feedback from multiple departments that are recognizing the changes that you all are making and the projects that you're implementing to the benefit of the county and to those departments that have been working with you. And so I wanted you to know that your work is being celebrated.
Thanks for sharing that, Kelly.
Yeah. Good to hear it. Okay, I guess that's it.
Well, you beautiful professional women, have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Take your shoulder pads elsewhere.
Now, Abby, you can invite your dad to lunch anytime up here.
I know. Did he come up today?
He did.
Okay.
Yeah, he was here.
It's Cheney Day.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Okay, board, would you like to break a few minutes early for lunch and we'll pick up with the attorney after lunch, or would you like to go ahead and take a few moments for the attorney's proposed
Well, we've got
budget?
6 minutes.
Well, I would like that 6 minutes to get over and watch Laura's.
Right. I think, can we pick it up after lunch, right? We've got both lunch and Laura swearing in in 6 minutes, so we're going to try to go catch both.
Thank you.
Thanks.
It's cold outside, I think.
I know, look at this. Okay, welcome back to the work session on Tuesday, November 12th, everybody. And we're going right back into the Prosperous Economy budget presentations. And up next is County Attorney. He's going to talk about something other than legal issues. Welcome.
Hi there, Rye.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Good. They're tiny little smile.
I'm Ryan Neely. I'm the interim county attorney. I think we only have one budget slide for you today. Is that right?
Yep, that's right.
Wow.
It's pretty straightforward. There's not much of a change from the 2024 budget, other than an increase in personnel. Other than other expenditures, which is pretty minimal, but the increase in personnel costs is the largest.
I can't hear a word you're saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. The increase in personnel costs is the largest increase to the budget. So I'm happy to answer any questions for you. This is really the only slide we have. We are going to, we still need to fill the county attorney position, as well as two, at least, assistant or deputy county attorney positions. So personnel costs could fluctuate, I suppose.
Yeah.
Professional services could also fluctuate depending on how hiring goes.
This is consulting attorneys.
Consulting attorneys, expert witnesses, all that kind of stuff. We have a fair amount of litigation that is still in the queue. Utilizing professional services, whether that's supporting the attorney's office in expert witness fees and costs and those sorts of expenditures, or hiring folks to do that work, whether that's in the realm of water, although a lot of that comes out of healthy rivers and streams, or whatever it is. Professional services are likely to go up in 2025, but we've built that in a little bit. Connie and I have talked about that. Connie has really helped me out with getting this budget put together, which I've never done before. So I'll try and answer as many questions as you have on this, but I'd be looking to Connie too to help me out.
My question just is, how are you able to anticipate, obviously we're making changes, we're going to be bringing people in. How do we anticipate that budget need?
Yeah, when we have vacant positions, we usually put the budget at midpoint of the range, and for benefits, put the employee plus spouse level. So that may end up being too low, it may end up being too high. Of course, if you have a vacant position, you don't know.
And this is an anticipation of two additional attorneys.
It's a placeholder.
Like we've had in the past.
Right, and then the other expenditures line, although that's small, for many of the general fund departments, the only item that's in that other expenditures line is the risk allocation, and that would be each department's share of the liability insurance for the county. You see a larger increase in there across the board just because of cost increases, and we'll get to that later in the risk budget this afternoon.
So that's a question. Is the risk, the allocation of risk, is it divvied up evenly among all the departments, or based on their budgets, or based on the perceived risk?
Based on budget, but also based on vehicles are charged to the fleet department, or building costs to the different buildings. Airport has a much higher cost because of different airport liability policies. So it depends on the department.
Got it. Okay, great. Any other questions, comments for Rye? Wow, we're still post-prandial, waking up.
The one other item I should mention, which is not included in the budget numbers, later when we look at FTEs, we did put on the list a pending new additional FTE for the attorney's office. That's more as just a placeholder that the board knows there are many unknowns for the attorney's budget, and just wanted to have that out there as a placeholder. But it's not included in the budget numbers at this point.
Great. Steve?
Looking at the 2025 personnel numbers being higher, I take it that that's probably with being able to have 3 attorneys on staff and have them at sort of the market rate, which is probably higher than it has been in the past. Is that correct?
It does include the market rate, yes.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the increase in health insurance that all of the departments are taking on this coming year.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a big part of personnel cost is actually the benefits. Yeah. Okay.
Great. Thank you. Okay, I think we're good.
Good to go.
Great.
Thanks, Ray.
Thank you.
Ray.
Appreciate your time.
Okay,
All right.
next we have the assessors.
Up next. Deb and Dan, welcome. Hey. Good to see you.
I brought Dan with me today.
Dan is the man who told me that chickens don't count as agriculture.
So sorry. And the state told me that, Francine. I'm just relaying the message.
I was like, in what world is that?
Yeah, what's up with that?
I don't know.
No,
Everybody would have ag.
Everybody'd have chickens.
on this organization chart with pictures of humans, we have to imagine what their pets look like. If they look like them.
Well, you'll notice they kind of look the same. They all kind of start looking like each other. I've noticed if you had.
I can tell you who has chickens on that chart.
Did they claim him as
They
ag?
trying to get some sort of.
Who does? I want to know.
No.
No, we don't let anybody do that. Is my microphone on? How do you turn it on?
Red light.
When it's red, it's on.
Is it on?
You haven't
Yeah,
been
you're good.
before us before?
Okay, well, it doesn't sound like it's on.
She certainly has.
It doesn't,
won't sound like
it
it.
only goes to grassroots, it doesn't,
Oh, I see.
yeah.
Okay. So we were
Actually
just
going
looking at
into
our
my
org
hearing
chart.
aids, though, on the loop in the room.
So we were just looking at our org chart, and it seems that we haven't updated this in many years, so we're probably gonna do that next year. We still have the same staff.
You mean these are old photos?
These are old photos, yes, probably
Oh,
from,
yeah. Greg looks at me.
Changed
There's
a
a
bit.
lot less gray hair.
from at least 2018. Well, Nanita and Taylor's is a little newer than that, a couple years. But other than that, we're the same. 2024 highlights for the assessor's office. 24 was an intervening year, so there were not many changes to the values. 25 will be a reval year. We're hoping to not see as large a number of protests as we did in 2023.
Yes.
We have not finished our time trend yet, so we don't really know exactly what's going on with that, but we're hoping that it's not going to be as bad. The value for 2023 for Pitkin County was $71,291,453,810. 2024's actual value increased to $72,067,768,260. I was kind of surprised to see that, and I wasn't sure how that happened, but when I looked, it did increase, so. We only had 384 assessor level protests this last year.
Oh, for 2020.
Yeah, and.
Why are you surprised that it came out like that?
Well, because the values don't normally change in an intervening year. But
Except
there
this
had to have
time.
been, what I'm thinking, I didn't research it, but I'm thinking that Snowmass Village is doing a lot of construction and a lot of building, and we added a new value in. That's what I think happened, how it went up. I'd have to do
I
a little
thought
more.
values everywhere went up.
Not in 24, that's an intervening year. 23, they went up.
But in every year, the state assessment date is January 1st. And so, yeah, if there's a new big condo complex in Snowmass Village, there you go. So new construction counts every year.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I know that Cirque, is that what it is in Snowmass Village? It's part of the Viceroy. It's an annexation of the Viceroy, but it's a completely new building. And it's got a lot of value to it, so I'm sure that's what happened with the values. We only had 136 CBOE protests this year, which was amazing. We did have 116 abatements for 2023, which was quite a few more than we normally have, and 114 Board of Assessment appeals for 23. So it's been a very, very busy year. 24 has been a very, very busy year. I think we're pretty caught up on that right now.
There's one more BAA hearing in 2 weeks to finish out this year, and then there's some scheduled into next year.
Yeah, so we're catching up. Our goal is to continue on with succession training, cross-training, and we are restructuring the office staff based on the appraiser's workload increase and the fact that we are going to be having a couple of people, which will be farther into the presentation, that will be retiring. But the appraiser's workload has caused us to re-examine the appraisal staff. We term limited Larry a couple years ago and then promoted, we added a job description, a deputy chief appraiser, which Dan is, and then we have Wendy as the chief appraiser. What we failed to do was take away part of their workload. We doubled their workload is what we did. We added all of Larry's on top of their already current workload, causing a problem in our office. So we are looking at, and then looking at all of the appraiser workload percentage increases. Appeals increased by 408% in the last 10 years. New construction inspections increased by 122% in the last 10 years. Jeez. Value tracking for destroyed and new construction increased 33% in the last 11 years, and the number of building permits has increased 58% in the last 11 years. Now, the number of building permits themselves isn't really cause for concern, but the amount of the value of the permits has increased substantially, which means that the appraisers, instead of having to go do 1, 2, 3 inspections, now they have to go do 10, 20, 30 inspections over instead of a 1-year period. Now it's like a 5-year period.
On one piece.
Yes, they have to keep going back because it takes so long for these houses to be built now. Pickens County alone went up 353% in value in the last 10, 11 years. So it has increased their workload substantially, just that part of it has. Average inspections per appraiser has increased, it's doubled basically in the last 10 years. And so 2025's budget priorities, we recreated what we think the office should look like and went in front of the admin committee, and 2 new position requests that are not included in this budget hopefully will be put next year, but 2 term limited position requests we hope to get this year. Debbie and Cheryl. Debbie is our assessment manager with 30 years with the county, has told me she's going to retire in the next 2 years. So we're going to term limit her and promote someone from within our office to take a deputy assessment manager position, similar to what we did with Larry. We need to split the loads because, again, like with Larry, Debbie's workload is pretty much triple what it should be. And then when you add what's happening with legislation to that also, our workload is doubling compared to what it is. So we're asking for 2 term limited positions, and we're also asking for 1 temp employee to help us through protests next year. Again, hopefully it won't be as bad as it was in 23. We're also researching a new appraisal software to help speed up the comparable sales search during protests, because right now it takes, 15, 20 minutes to do one?
Just to load
it.
Sales. Yeah, really.
And Garfield County has a pretty good program, relatively inexpensive, $1,000, $2,000 a year? And we're looking into that, so we're hopefully gonna get that going. And then again, employee retention and team building is top priority for our office, since we're gonna be losing people. So we lost Larry last year with 32 years of service. Cheryl's going to be retiring in a year and a half maybe, with 20 years service. Lindy's going to be retiring at the end of the year with 10 years. Debbie will be retiring within the next 2 years with 32 years. We're losing a total of 94 years of knowledge and experience from our office, and that's going to really hurt. So we're working very diligently to build a team of new employees who will be prepared and knowledgeable about the job competencies, but it's still going to take some years of training. And failing to restructure our office will compromise the service we provide to the taxpayers, and we don't want that to happen. So what we're asking for Cheryl, who is the senior appraiser with 20 years of appraisal and legal background, she'll be a huge loss for our department. We would like to hire a new appraiser to overlap Cheryl, so she can have time to train the new appraiser, as well as Taylor, who is going to be taking over her appraisal area. And she's going to help train Nanita also. So Cheryl will kind of step into a different role. She'll still be appraising, but she'll be doing a lot of other things also, and helping out Wendy and Dan with training. And again, by splitting Larry's job in two, we thought theoretically should have worked. However, we didn't remove any of their current workload, so we doubled their workload. We had Dan, Cheryl, and Wendy get together and redivide the appraisal areas up. So there are 16,860 residential and commercial properties in Pickens County. Dan's doing most of the commercial. The residential areas, we split them up and created another appraisal area. So it's going to lighten the workload of Wendy and Dan a little bit, so they can actually do the job as the supervisors. Right now, it's very difficult to be a working supervisor and have your workload so big. Yeah. And then with Debbie, so I want to, we didn't add this into the slide, but I kind of just want to read it to you guys, because you may not know what the assessment manager in our department does. And she's like the CPA of the assessor's office. She's the strategic and consistent decision link between the assessor's data, the treasurer, the state of Colorado, and all the taxing authorities. Pickens County rarely receives qualified applicants in this field. They must have experience in accounting principles, critical thinking to complete complex tasks, to meet reporting deadlines throughout the year by the state, balancing the tax roll for the treasurer, certifying values to the county's taxing authorities, special reports for the internal departments, maintaining a clean database of the properties, and supervising the role, assignments, ability, and performance of the administrative staff. There currently is no time for training because she's so busy with everything, including the legislation. And allowing this split, so to create a deputy assessment manager and promote one of our within the office to that position, giving her time to train that person for succession, then we would hire another person to overlap that person and train. So we're going to have two brand new people up front, basically. And we think this is going to work. I do believe it will work. It's a very...
Well, you're going to make it work.
Well, I'm hoping to make it work. But it's going to be a huge loss losing all these people with all these years of service at the same time.
And so you need 4 years to train someone? Is that the...
It takes 4 years to get your certified residential license and become a senior appraiser. So when you first start out, like the two we hired, one of them luckily had already been doing appraisal work in California. So within 6 months of coming here, he was able to get his real estate appraisal license. He can test for his certified res license now, but he can't move up to be a senior appraiser for 4 years. That's the rule of our office. You have to go through 2 complete revaluation cycles, so that's 4 years.
Got it. And that's just an office rule or a state
gonna say
rule
that's your
or
rule
a
of your
county
office?
rule or a?
That's the rule our office made years ago, and it seems to work because to become a senior appraiser, you need to be able to appraise properties without supervision. And it takes 4 years to do that. You can't just do that. You have to have knowledge. I mean, Dan can maybe explain a little better.
Yeah, I mean, well, there are state guidelines and rules that you have to be a certified residential appraiser. They actually have a rule of $2 million. Well, in this county, that doesn't really matter because there's so many properties over $2 million. So if anybody, say like Ryan, wrote an appraisal for the BAA, Wendy or I have to sign off on it as supervisors because they can't technically write a fee appraisal or a an appraisal like you would have on your home and submit it without a supervisor signature. And it's a lot of hours of education and training, and then to pass the certified res test, which is you go down to the federal center and 4-hour test. And then there's one more after that, which Larry had, the certified general license, which also tons of hours, tons of experience, and a lot of classes. So I think
And Dan's working on that too, in the middle of everything else he's working on.
Yeah.
So how much time do you have left?
I've got 2 more classes for it, and each class is about a week or 2, and then and then my hours are up there for sure as experience. So
Right, got it. Well, keep going. Good.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there, slowly but surely.
So just to recap a little bit, thank you. We have only built into the proposed budget half of what Deb has asked for. So if you could think about it, of one part of what she's asking for is a restructure, creating additional positions, additional capacity within their office, and that is not included in the proposed budget. The other half of what she's asking for is that overlap of the longstanding employees who need to be able to effectively pass on that knowledge to someone newer coming in. And so we just have the 2 term-limited positions built into the budget for a 2-year time frame on each position. So I just wanted to make real clear that the proposed budget does not include everything that Deb has asked for. And that was the balancing act with the general fund of seeing what we could fit in. But will also be a decision point for the board.
Do we anticipate like a special allocation at some point in the
supplemental?
next supplemental? Thank you.
I knew where you were going.
You knew what I was asking for.
When Deb spoke with the admin team, part of it we felt is 2 new employees already for the term limited positions is a lot of training and a lot of people coming in. So maybe it's a stepped approach of for 2025, starting with this and then seeing where we go from there and what we can fit into the budget the following year.
Got it. So you anticipate asking for the other 2 in a year from now?
Yeah, I do anticipate that.
Yeah, we should just note that. Patty?
So, John, I've asked this question before. I'm going to ask it again. We have no, it's my understanding, we have no guarantees that the person we are succession training will stay after the training. And we have no guarantees that the person saying they're going to retire will actually retire. So if we do a 2-year term limit, what do we do? I mean, we don't have, unless I missed it, we don't have a policy. And I think we do need to do succession planning and training, but I think we need to have some guidelines. So maybe that's a discussion for 2025.
We can certainly have that discussion, but we do take steps to ensure that doesn't happen.
Okay, I think just because we're putting a lot of money into this overlap for good reason, but I think we need to have a policy discussion on how, so that this board is informed as to what the plan is.
We typically move the person. Sorry about that. We typically move the person who is going to be retiring into those term limited roles.
Right, but what if they don't retire?
Great.
When the role
Term
goes
limit is up.
away, yeah.
Don't they have to write a letter to HR? I mean, I
Not
think
at that-
that's what the
Well,
requirement
that, we need to
is.
have that
There-
discussion, because
yeah.
we have, kind of everybody's, from what I'm hearing, doing things a little differently, and I think we need to have just an overall policy kind of guidelines.
Yeah, and I mean, we can. I don't know where you're hearing that from, but we've treated these pretty consistently.
Well, I'm just hearing
Yeah.
from staff members differently. Like she's saying, well, they write a letter to HR, you're saying, no, we don't. Well, somebody else
Well,
may.
no, there's I think what I was saying, and I think Deb and I actually might be on the same page here, is the retiring employee writes a letter
Yes.
indicating their
Yes.
retirement date and that sort of thing, yeah.
Okay, let's just have the discussion in 2000, if the board would like to. I think we need to
If
have
they
some
change their
clarity.
mind, it's not, we don't have a lot of, we can't indenture anybody to stick around, and we can't make them, you know, I guess we can,
Okay.
I guess if it's a term limit, that they actually have a drop dead to have to leave.
But maybe there's a
But if-
benefit
if
to
we wanna
keeping them,
keep
maybe there's the
right,
flip
well,
side to that, so.
So they
Well, I'd
become-
love to keep them both. I wish they wouldn't retire. That would be
I know,
my
I was
goal.
trying to
That's
think,
a
I
whole
can't
other
think of
thing with
anybody that
FTEs
was
and how
happy
we're
with
gonna pay
being
for it,
retired.
so.
Exactly.
That's why I've always wanted a policy that we have to give permission to retire. Go ahead.
So one of the worst case scenarios I can actually envision would be not finding somebody to fill the positions, which has happened in ComDev. They've had an
It is
empty
happening.
spot for
Yeah.
planner. And I'm wondering about what sort of advanced training do people apply for the jobs who have had education in assessment, or do they have
So that's a
whatever
yes and a no question. One of the appraisers we hired 2 years ago had 0 experience. The other appraiser we hired had quite a few years of fee appraiser experience, but had not quite got his license yet. But he did get it within 6 months, and now is studying for the next one. So he caught on pretty quickly. The other one is still working on it. She did pass her ad valorem appraisal license test, so she's got step 1 done. But when you hire somebody with 0 experience, it does take much longer.
Yeah, yeah. And there's not a degree, is there a college degree or something that people
They
could,
need to be,
study something that would prepare them more for doing assessing?
well, we do have training. I mean, we immediately, they start classes and they start
That's not
training.
what he's asking, if they have to have some previous, like a degree in economics or a degree in business.
There
but-
are rules.
Could we be encouraging local, CMC, for instance, to have a class in that could, we could be preparing a future generation of people to work at the assessor's office?
Well,
with my license being so old now, the requirement was you needed a college degree, a 4-year bachelor's, and there was no specific economics or anything like that. But with Debbie's position, as Deb mentioned, this is CPA work, is what she does.
And it's a minimum of 3 years in our office. So it's either going to be Ruslana or Ben, who are in the admin now, or possibly one of the appraisers that wants to move up, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, but the thing is that, again, for me, is we train them, which we need to do, obviously, which is extensive, and then they get that great training and they go to the private sector. And
Well, what
put-
they're learning, Patty, is not gonna be beneficial in the
What we're
private
seeing
sector.
across the county is people will come here, it's a stepping stone to going, because, especially if we're offering a bigger package for people to come in, and we're gonna train you blah, blah, but, we're not gonna require you to stay on for a year. I mean,
Right,
We can't really
that's
do
part
that.
of the discussion I think we need to have.
right.
Yeah.
Well,
let's
so
not have
far,
it
our
today.
office has
It
been
is
very
at work.
fortunate. We haven't lost any
No, we're not
employees.
having it today.
Well, thank
Being
you
a-
for that.
We're just keeping our fingers crossed that it does work.
Right. Everybody seems happy enough. You think it's gonna work. Good.
Yeah.
So the budget, you'll see the 20% increase in the personnel line item, of course, because there are the 2 term limited positions added in. The other expenditures, again, that is just the risk allocation, the liability cost allocated to the department, and there again, we're seeing larger increases. in our insurance policies. And that's about it as far as the budget numbers go.
I was wondering what the other expenditures meant.
Got it. So that's the risk, okay. So it's not that huge.
But that's nothing we can't control that.
No, no.
Got it. Any questions, comments? Kelly, Nancy? I think we're good. Looks like we're
Okay.
ready to go. Thumbs up from
Thank
Kelly.
you.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you,
Thanks
guys.
for coming in. Thanks for coming
Thank
Dan.
you.
See you all soon.
Thank you, Connie.
Next, we have human resources.
Okay. Howdy.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hi.
I'm Jeff Hembury. For those that don't know me, I'm sitting in for Melissa while she's out on leave. So, thanks for your time in reviewing the proposed budget for the Human Resources Department. So, staffing-wise, no changes since last year. We have two sub-departments. We have the risk team and the HR team. The risk team on the left is led by Brett Bergman. He has Vivi, Lindsay, and Katie working with him. And then I take care of the operations side of our department with, you probably see Jill front desk there, and then Amy, Anais, Tanya, and myself will be rotating through the office.
Can I ask real quick, Greg? What is a business partner?
A business partner is, the business partner model is to have a human resources presence more closely aligned with specific business units, so they get to know the business in a bit more in-depth.
You're talking business units.
I'm talking business units as in departments.
Departments, okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought.
So we have,
It's a different term, I know.
with Amy and Anais and Tanya, they have specific areas of the county that is
Got it.
broken up. So Tanya would be the expert on, she works very closely with, for example, community development and the library. So she gets to know their business. And the value of having a business partner is that they give you an outside view on, you know, proposed plans that the library might be taking or ComDev might be taking. They participate in a lot of the department meetings, and they just kind of give a different viewpoint. As well as being embedded in these departments, they quite often will find little kernels of a problem before they start to pop.
So, yeah, they can
And so,
intervene
you know,
early.
obviously the sooner we can address any kind of conflicts within the department, usually the better our chances of getting a
Thank you.
resolution. So this also kind of helps explain the way we run our department. So our purpose is pretty simple, and it helps us to stay on track by remembering our key focus areas. So our aim is to provide services and support to our employees by being allies, advisors, and advocates to them. So we wear several different hats. We're advocating for our employees. We're also protecting the interests of the county, and we're supporting our managers. So it's a fine line that the business partners walk, but this is a good way I found to kind of sum up how we go about our business. And then how we deliver on our purpose, we split the HR department and risk department into 5 different pillars here. So the first column is talent acquisition, so that is recruitment and advertising, which includes radio ads and online. We are also using social media with the help of the community relations team to get the word out on specific jobs. Our NeoGov system, which was implemented in 2022 for applications, has really helped us reach more applicants and gives applicants a better application experience. And then on this column, we also have onboarding, which is the process kind of after we've made a job offer to someone of getting an employee ready to start. So that includes background checks, insurance enrollment, setting up direct deposit, that kind of thing. The next column in blue is total rewards. As you're probably aware, compensation is an ongoing process to make sure that we're paying competitive wages. You've probably heard that through the presentations to date regarding wages and keeping people engaged and paying them. We recently started our latest market update project, which is going to review our compensation and recommend any necessary adjustments that we need to make to our pay plan. And as an aside, employees continue to feel the effects of inflation as the costs of goods and housing remain high throughout the Roaring Fork and Colorado River valleys. So we do have fairly low turnover at the moment, but we do understand that those pressures are pretty consistent and seem to be increasing from the feedback we're getting from employees. Talent management, once we've onboarded a new employee, we need to ensure we continue to invest in them through learning and development, engagement, coaching, feedback, and recognition to create and maintain a rewarding work environment. Next, we have risk management. Brett will get into more detail during his presentation, but this column includes workers' compensation, liability insurance, building, and employee safety. And then finally, operations, that's maintaining our records such as our HRIS, our Human Resources Info System through Munis, and HR technology such as NeoGov. Also under operations is compliance. Colorado employment law has been changing pretty rapidly over the last few years, so we have the Healthy Families and Workplaces Act, Job Application Fairness Act, and the POWER Act, which we have to comply with. And this year we introduced an employee handbook for the first time in a good few years to make our policies more approachable and accessible, and we plan on updating that handbook on an annual basis moving forward. So priorities for 2025, recruitment and retention. Over the past year, our retention numbers have looked pretty good. So our turnover year to date is hovering between 1% and 2%. That's the metric we use to determine how effective we're being at managing our organization and the employees within it. Recruitment remains a challenge for certain positions. However, our data does show that vacancies have been declining since August. Maintaining competitive wages. We aim to do a market study every 2 years to ensure wages are competitive, and the last update we did was June and through the summer of 2022.
Could you describe that just a little bit for me? So you go out and find the range of competitive wages, I guess, and choose a spot in the middle, or how do you determine, as we're talking about adjusting salaries based on the market?
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to know a little bit more about how that works.
We have a compensation consultant that provides the expertise for that, and obviously we can take or leave their expertise, but we have a consultant through Graves Consulting who've been working with us for about 2 years now, and they're very intimately familiar with county government across Colorado. The market study will basically take our job descriptions and look in the market for similar or equivalent job descriptions to find what those jobs are paying. And then we take the 75th percentile of the market to set the midpoint of our wage structure due to the high cost of living here versus most other places.
Got it, okay.
Can I, real quick, our turnover rate, what's it been? That seems low compared to previous years, isn't it? So we're coming down on that scale.
The short answer is yes, and
Congratulations.
we've really reduced. We went through a really difficult time, as did a lot of organizations, particularly post-COVID, where we had a lot of vacancies. I think we got up to 33 vacancies at one point,
I seem
Jeff.
to remember we had about 36 vacancies at one point.
Yeah. Our vacancies are down. Our turnover, I think the last report in October is down around 1%.
That's amazing.
And so, I think that has a lot to do with what we're talking about, of course, with compensation, but also culture. That's why people stay. So hopefully those trends continue.
Thank you.
Exactly. We aim to increase employee engagement in 2025 through surveys and continuing to involve our employees in different task forces around the organization for different projects we're working on, to provide more opportunities for learning and development across the organization. So we're continuing to build out our NeoGov system to allow for more learning opportunities. We're also continuing to deepen our partnership with the Chapman Foundation for Caring Communities, which provide some real core courses for us that I'm not sure if the board are aware of. Our Community Listens, but we're partnering with that organization, and they have a couple more courses that they've developed over the last couple of years that we would like to start sending our employees to, and our people managers through as well, especially our people leaders. And then to continue to invest in professional development for our people leaders. They have the biggest impact on whether people are enjoying their time working for us. So through the Chapman Foundation curriculum, also through an internal curriculum we've put together through STAIRS. STAIRS is a supervisor training that we launched in August of last year. And over the last 14, 15 months or so, we've had 44 managers and supervisors who've attended that 3-month training program. We'll continue to offer that next year. And in addition, we'll continue to be partnering with Rowan Fork Leadership and offering the Certified Public Managers course through CU. And that's through a partnership with the City of Aspen and Aspen Fire.
So people leaders are department heads?
Mm-hmm.
Just a creative name for them. I know, just trying to.
It's more descriptive.
See if we're reading this information. Thank you.
We like to put the emphasis on the department head's responsibility to lead the people they have in their care.
Great, thanks.
Proposed changes for 2025, we have a slight increase in professional services due to the comp consultant this year. And the compensation consultant is going to provide up-to-date market research and best practices to ensure that we stay up-to-date with our pay rates and our pay plan. We do have an increase in recruitment, mostly due to the rising cost of background checks. And then our employee referral bonus went from $500 to $750 this year, which is the first increase since, I've been with the county since the spring of 2019. I think it's the first time we've increased it in that time period. And then some small savings. Trackstar, our former performance management system, disappeared as of September, and then we're going to be using the NeoGov system for performance management moving forward. And then this is the proposed budget. Connie, I don't know if you wanted to call anything out, but it does show an overall 4% increase, which is in line with inflation, I believe.
Yeah, a modest increase, and Jeff covered the changes very well. So I don't think there's anything else I really need to point out in this, unless the board has questions.
Questions, comments? I was wondering, when you think about recruitment and how things are done, it's a market, but it's a market where we actually go out and look for, the range, what's a reasonable offer to make a potential employee. How do we make sure we're not driving wage inflation? Are we a driver, or are we responding to it? I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with it to know.
I think it probably depends where you sit, right? So what we do is we try and match up job descriptions, so that we're getting equivalent comparisons in data that's collected through various surveys that captures a lot of employers across the state and nationally for those positions. And then looking at specific benchmarks in comparable communities, for example, our neighbors in Eagle County. We then not age those, that's not the right, we then take account of the cost of living. So we take all that to determine what is a market midpoint for that position. We then here take account of cost of living, and we do move that midpoint up.
Has to move up.
So if you're looking at our data from any of those places, probably outside of our valley, it probably looks
like we're
high.
driving
Looks like we're
inflation.
driving. I think for the most part, you know, particularly professional positions here, you either have to provide housing or higher pay in order to compete.
Right, right, yeah, so we're not at, the disadvantage would be to another community trying to compete with us for employees.
I'm surprised that you asked that question because I think one of the problems here is that the employees who work within the county, not just for the county, but within the county, don't make enough money to be able to afford houses. So to suggest that we're driving higher wages, it's a surprising question, if I put it that way.
I wouldn't be surprised by the question, but I think it kind of demonstrates how our economy is so much different. We're comparing it to other economies within our own state and our own sphere that don't have the economy or the housing situation we have. It's not as dire there. So I'm just wondering if we're driving inflation for them.
Well, I think they have the housing issues. They just don't have the huge wealth factor that we have. But I mean, I just think of most people trying to figure out how to pay employees more, not wonder if we're paying too much, you know.
I think it's worth looking at.
Interesting.
I don't think anybody's being overpaid here. I'll say that. But I'm just wondering, how do you set rates so that it's not, you know, so I guess it's not a matter of, we're not too concerned about what's fair to other communities as much as we're just trying to take care of our employees.
Right, exactly.
But it does cause, you know, there's an economic disparity.
Yep.
It's a philosophical conversation for later.
It's a complicated question, and it goes to not just how much we pay our employees, but where we're recruiting our employees from, where they're living, what their commutes look like, and you know, compensation is a part of that.
Right, and certainly.
And as a small business manager, I have to say that our wages, we pay $20 an hour, except for my two managers who are in salary. And when you compare that to what's being asked in California and stuff, we're not an anomaly. That's not
Right,
like
their rates are really
crazy out of, you know, there are a lot of places where that's starting to happen, where $20, $25 an hour, even $30 an hour is becoming necessary in order for people to have reasonable lifestyles.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's exclusive to our valley.
It's interesting. CDOT was starting people at 18 an hour and wondering why they couldn't get people to drive plows.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's an aside, but thank you for that. Just interesting to me. Anything else? I think we're good.
Okay.
Questions, comments?
Okay, great. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks,
And
everybody.
Okay, thanks, Jeff.
Jeff.
See you
Next,
soon.
we have risk management.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Come on down.
Some updates from what we've been working on this year. A major thing is we changed the TPA, which is our third-party administrator on liability claims, and I worked with them to help recover over $650,000 from at-fault parties that damaged, mainly airport grounds, and we're going to work to continue to hold that standard going forward.
Great, well done.
Thank you. Workers' compensation claims continue to trend downward, as well as our costs. A large portion of this is due to the safety program that we've been working on, as well as instituting a small deductible with Pinnacle, which helps some claims not count against our overall claims ratios. We completed a jail inspection, and this helps with our insurance renewal to show that we're meeting standards, and completed some building appraisals to make sure that we are keeping pace with the values of our assets and ensuring them properly. And then started a building safety and security committee, implemented some changes such as window coverings, badge wearing policy. We procured an employee notification system that we'll be working to roll out in 2025, as well as bollards, and you've seen the security guard in the lobby, and continuing to explore kind of how that fits Pitkin County. We've also provided training and loss control measures, have done some active threat and de-escalation training, repetitive motion injury prevention program that our safety and wellness coordinator, Lindsay Maurer, helped initiate at solid waste facility.
So is that where the workers' comp claims are? It's just interesting to see, being able to trend them downwards.
Yeah, and we focused on preventing slips, trips, and falls, especially with the ice. I think some of it can be attributed to last year we didn't have as bad of a winter season. We saw that with auto accidents as well. But I think, providing awareness to that has helped.
And so auto accidents have actually gone down in the last year. Glad to hear it.
Slight decrease.
It seems like highway speeds have gone up, perhaps in the last year. Interesting. Thank you.
Market issues and trends. So our renewals are I think heavily affected by the market, not just our experience. So some things driving it would be law enforcement liability. We're having a hard time procuring levels of insurance that we did in the past, and it's requiring additional barriers like getting an inspection of the jail. Active assailant threats are up, sexual abuse claims, especially with some of the new laws. Tort limits are changing, and then the higher SIRs, so that's self-insured retention, that's like our deductible. A lot of underwriters are pushing for higher limits and lowering coverage. I think a couple of things that affect our area is wildfire, and a lot of underwriters are limiting coverage because of wildfire. Work comp, we have a great partner in Pinnacle, and they help identify areas of improvement for us, and I expect that renewal to be flat this year. And then we are seeing increase in our general liability and asset insurance, and that's mainly to the cost of our assets going up with inflation.
I wanted to ask about the passenger auto increases based on capacity. So what, larger vehicle? How does that work?
Capacity in the market. So there's fewer insurers out there.
God, okay.
Offering
I was thinking
coverage.
the size of the vehicle.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
How many people are riding with
it's
you?
just one person in the car. Well, okay, you can see my logic.
Yeah, there's a reduction in risk across all carriers.
Interesting.
And we have a decision point, it says.
Yeah, so the risk fund, on the revenue side, you just see indirect revenues as the main revenue source. That's where, on the flip side of it, the other expenditures in each of those departmental budgets are paying into the risk fund proportionally. So that's what funds the risk fund, whether through workers' comp on the payroll side or the liability side. The main driver in the cost for risk, as Brett mentioned, is our cost of getting insurance. And since COVID, that has certainly increased tremendously. And so as an internal service fund, those costs need to be passed through to the organization as the costs are allocated out. And then the fund balance is just set, this is an easy one because since we do allocate out 100% of the cost every year, we can maintain that fund balance steady, and it doesn't need to be a large fund balance.
Kelly has a question.
I do. Are we planning for risk relative to cyber attacks?
Yes, we also hold a cybersecurity insurance policy. It's been a very thorough process to procure that insurance. It was about a 10-page application, and working closely with our IT department on meeting those standards. With the MFA, the multi-factor authentication, we're meeting the benchmarks that they require. And it pays for things like ransom, helps with media coverage, helps with getting back any data that was lost, and then downtime as well.
And that's rolled into this bulk insurance premium category?
Yeah, and this total insurance premium category probably includes close to 25 different lines of insurance.
Seems like a good deal. Thanks.
Other questions?
Other comments, questions?
I'm good with it. Thank you.
Okay. Thumbs up then on this one.
All good.
Okay, thank you. Good job.
Thank you. Transitioning to employee benefits. So last time that we spoke, we were floating increasing premiums around 10% to employees. We're happy to report that we were able to secure a lower stop loss renewal than anticipated, and so we're only increasing premiums by 5%. And this, is a trend that continues from last year. There's a greater frequency of large claimants that are meeting the stop loss, medical services, inflation, and then there's still this post-COVID delay in diagnoses that we're seeing. Our broker recommended that we increase costs by 30% to cover these. We're still trying to maintain low rates for employees, and we have a healthy fund balance that we'll dip into to keep rates low. While we're doing that, we're also looking to expand benefit programs for employees, and we're implementing a few changes this year. CARET is a reproductive health benefit, covers everything from IVF to surrogacy, adoption, menopause, and gender-affirming care support, and it's equitable program that we've been able to provide that's an enhance from this year. And then Gallery is an early cancer detection screening. It's a simple blood test, and it detects for active cancer. And this is really targeted at some of the higher claims that we've seen and provides a benefit for those employees kind of on the farther end of the age spectrum of our employees. And then we made a change in the life insurance benefit from New York Life to Unum. This is mainly to increase customer service for our employees, as well as stay competitive with rates.
I have a question.
Go ahead, yeah.
So these benefits, like the menopause treatment and things like that, is that across all of the Valley Health Alliance? Is that what it's called? No. It's just specific to us?
Yeah, it'd be within network. And this is a program, that we purchased outside of the VHA.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Part of this was in response to our employee listening sessions and feedback that we got around benefits that would cross all family situations and phases of life.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
So when we have to purchase an addendum or whatever for somebody's health insurance, we have to go outside of the Valley Health Alliance, then we don't have the economy of numbers anymore. So is it sort of excessively expensive?
No, I think, there are only a few areas where actually we're in cooperative purchasing right now. And some of that is in areas where we're trying to innovate with the Valley Health Alliance. So, for example, in creating the community care network where we're funding navigators and primary care facilities, that would be much more expensive if we were doing that by ourselves without the other employers. But we have not gotten into shared risk pools with the other employers at this point.
Oh, so our risk pool is just ours?
It's just
ours.
ours.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
And is that true for each of them as well?
Yes.
Oh, how interesting.
Yeah. Now, we have done some pharmacy benefit RFPs together, and we've packaged some of our purchasing power in different areas, but we're not sharing risk at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you.
This is just what we spoke about, just our partnership with Valley Health Alliance in working towards affordable quality health care and focusing on preventative care and establishing a primary care physician locally. This is part of our wellness benefit discount requirement that employees work with a VHA primary care provider, and then working on that coordinated care model to reduce costs.
I love this graph on the next page. It's so awesome. So cool.
Yeah, as Lindsay Maurer continues to build out this program, we've been able to kind of group it into sections around financial well-being, our mental health benefits, which are very robust. And we have added on-site offerings such as Jet Dental, the Sun Bus for cancer screening, and then also we added biometric screenings in person this year, really bringing the services to employees so they're not having to take a whole day off to go down Valley to get care. Providing, things like yoga, the STAIRS program that Jeff spoke about, and then the foundational safety program, like the repetitive motion issue for drivers at solid waste. And then we've added some challenges around health and fitness, and education as well.
I love all the stuff in there.
And I just remind the board that through the well-being efforts and the leadership in those areas, we were selected as a champion of well-being through Health Links. I think there are 140 other organizations or something that had applied for that, and we were selected as a champion of well-being.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Our second year in a row that we're being honored with that.
Mm-hmm.
That's really great. Of course, our community culture lends a little bit to increased health as well.
Yeah. And looking at the participation in the wellness program and the discount offered for health insurance, we lead the BHA with participation in that program, with over 80% of our employees qualifying.
Okay, so the health insurance budget and 5-year plan. On the revenue side, the largest revenue source you'll see is indirect revenues. These are what are charged to each and every department and fund for the insurance costs of their employees based on their level, the level of insurance they choose. The other item in the revenue is stop-loss reimbursement. You'll see that that corresponds to an equal amount on the expenditure side for stop-loss. This would be for claims that are above our threshold, which I think is $145,000 now per individual. So any claims per individual that are over that amount get reimbursed. So that's why you see the offsetting.
By whom?
By our stop-loss insurance provider. So
we pay premiums to them.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and in return, we're reimbursed above that.
Okay.
So the expenditure budget, aside from staff and program costs, includes the premiums that we pay. The premiums are paid for the third-party administrator who handles all of the claims and then turns around and asks us to pay the claims. And the stop-loss, the vision and the dental insurance. So we do have premiums that we pay, HSA contributions that the county contributes for employees, and then the largest item there is the claims themselves.
Yeah.
And this is where we hope to see maybe a little bit of a reversal. We've had larger costs, and you can see that this amount is larger than what we've put in the past. Hoping, though, that maybe we'll see a turnaround and see those costs start to maybe not go down, but not increase quite as much. Overall, on the annual surplus or deficit, you see that we've had deficits each of the last few years. We've been drawing down on fund balance. Part of that is we were hoping that some of the larger claims were maybe a one-time blip or a 2-year blip, and it turns out that some are maybe just the increased cost overall of healthcare. We will see. So that's why we've been budgeting more. That's why we had to increase the county's share of insurance by 25%. We hope to see that deficit going down and then reversing through the course of the 5-year plan. I actually hope that the real experience will be better even than what we're showing here in the budget. The fund balance at the end of the year projected at 1.7 million is lower than what I'd like to see. I'd like to see that above 2 million. We'll see whether things start to turn around a little bit or whether we actually have to keep increasing the county's share in future years.
Well, I don't have any more joints to fix, so that'll help.
I was just thinking that, except now they're doing elbows and they're doing a few ankles here and there. So you have your normal ones, shoulders, hips, and knees, and
Get them in this year for us if you could.
the orthopedic nurse in me is still there.
Are there any questions?
No, I think this is good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great.
Thumbs
Thank
up.
you, Brett.
Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Thanks for that. Good descriptions.
We're going to move along. I think Carrie is online.
IT coming down. Andrew.
I'm just our in-person representative. We've got the big guns on the phone.
Got it.
Oh, I was hoping to have people.
Hey,
in
you're the
office.
guy on the ground. That makes you the most
Right.
important.
Takes teamwork. Takes all of
No,
us.
no question about that.
You're the one they send in. You drew the short straw.
Yep.
That,
So
you know,
give me the truth. Give me your honest feedback.
it's hard not to have the person who shows up and fix your stuff be your favorite.
Awesome.
We like having you here.
IT might perhaps be the entire keystone employee of the entire operation. Without you guys, we just collapse. It all
Anymore in
crumbles.
this digital
And you
world,
know
that could
this,
be
right?
true.
And you guys know this. That's what scares me.
What do you mean, Greg?
You mean we're going back to yellow pads? We could do that too.
You notice how wrinkled the pages were? It's well used.
Well, it looks like we do have Carrie on the screen. I'm Andrew Shoemaker, the IT manager here with Picken County, but I'll flip it over to Carrie, our director, to kick things off.
Hi, Carrie. I was just kidding about how important you guys are.
Good afternoon, and hopefully you all can hear me okay. Quick
Yep.
thumbs up.
Yeah, we're good.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you for allowing me to join remotely. Had to be on this side of the canyon for our little guy, so I appreciate that flexibility. Without further ado, we are IT, and that encompasses our GIS crew as well as our managed IT service provider, which is Iron Edge, formerly known as ProVelocity. Quick org chart here, which again is encompassing of what I just mentioned. Andrew, who's at the table, along with his team of IT analysts, of which Spas is in person with you today. And then Mary Lackner's also on the line remotely today as well. And underneath her name are our GIS analysts, and we all make up the IT department. So let's move on to the important stuff. So to keep it brief so that I could expand on each of these buttons here, if you will, we have the general IT side of the house, the GIS side, and then we'll call it the help desk end. And that's kind of the 3 tiers that make up our department. So in terms of general IT and what we're working on currently and what's in store for us in the year ahead, the 2 biggest things are going to be the strategic planning process that we plan to begin next year, which leading up to that, we are currently undergoing an IT staffing assessment. And that is going to be used as an input into the strategic planning process because we feel it's crucial to gain this insight so that we know our current capacity, skills, and really structure so that we can then prepare a realistic, effective, and sustainable plan. We have not had a change in headcount since I started almost 10 years ago. And realistically, we are just trying to set ourselves up for success now and in the years to come. So those are 2 big priorities that we have on deck. The other items that we have listed here, AV equipment, this one will hit home for all of you. We do plan to put out an RFQ at the very least, if not an RFP, for our organizational-wide AV equipment, and that's going to include the BoCC room. We're looking to make sure that what we have is either sustainable for the foreseeable future, or if we need to make some changes, that we do that so that you all are set up for success long term. In addition, Andrew and his team primarily have been facilitating tech talks once monthly on a variety of different topics, all the way from our recent AI policy that was just deployed and the guidelines that go along with that, to some more native ideas surrounding Google, using email, using Drive, things like that. Overall, we've heard from the organization that they are well attended and have been well received, so we're going to keep on with our tech talks. We also plan to explore AI capabilities. If you're not exploring them, then quite frankly, you're behind the times. So we do plan to continue on that trend and see if there are some tools out there that we can standardize across the organization that are okayed, again, by our attorneys, and we make sure that folks are using those appropriately and within our IT acceptable use guidelines. Hot topic, as I heard earlier with community relations, but digital accessibility. So just a quick update on there is, as you may recall, we did come to you back in Q1 and obtain some funding to hire 2 third parties, one of which is Be Accessible, and they have been auditing and repairing our external websites for accessibility issues and to get us into a more compliant state. We also hired a company called Site Improve, and they have been providing us with training for our countywide communicators group, which is a group across the organization made up of folks from all departments who are, you know, involved in creating press releases, content for websites, you name it, and they are being trained on digital accessibility. So web fundamentals, creating accessible content, so on and so forth, and we are in progress with that now. In addition, I've been working closely with our procurement folks to ensure that we have the boilerplate language that was okayed by the state in our contract templates for future use. We also have a list of questions specific to accessibility that we would want to ask and incorporate into future RFPs for vendors so that we can check those boxes. The long story short, when it comes to digital accessibility, though, is I do feel that we are in a good place. If you have familiarized yourself with the rules that are out there, compliance is this. Providing reasonable accommodations or modifications where you are able to, making sure that you have accessibility statements displayed on your external websites, of which we do on every single one of ours, and can provide evidence that you're making a good faith progress towards your plan and remediating any accessibility barriers, of which we are doing those 3, so therefore we would be considered within compliance. I think at the end of the day, we just have to make sure that we realize that nobody is going to be perfect, but I believe that we are making a true, honest effort and therefore remaining in compliance, and that goes along with the initial House bill that came out, along with HB 1454, which provides us with that grace period. So that's digital accessibility. The last blue spot that you see on the screen is department support. I think that's pretty self-explanatory, and that is everybody on the team, whether it be IT, GIS, or within the help desk, we are here to support our fellow departments. As an internal service, it's our job to ensure that we are giving them the tools and whatever they need to be the most efficient and successful that they can be. So that covers the general IT side of the house. Any questions on that before we move over to GIS and the help desk?
Nope, don't see any. Thanks. Keep going.
Great. For the GIS portion, I think it's best to have Mary elaborate on these items. So if you can go ahead and pass the baton over to Mary, I'd appreciate that.
Guys, just everybody get their hand on the mouse.
Yes, so hello, good afternoon. This is Mary Lackner, and yeah, I oversee the GIS group, and we do some really good work, and I just want to share with you what we're continuing on for next year's budget. A core function of what we do is spatial data updates. So all of the data layers, and we have over 100, some are updated continually, others are only touched every, infrequently unless there is an update that needs to happen to them. So we do stay abreast of all updates. So when we deliver data and people run reports off of our various products, they are getting the most current information. So we do spend a fair amount of time with that data updates. Aerial photography kind of falls in that category. We are due for a new flight next year, so an RFP will be going out in January so we can acquire new imagery and capture the changes. That new aerial is across the whole county. We actually get about 250 square miles, is a very popular product, both internally and to the public, so that they can see changes in the landscape. Maps and More is our flagship product. We are working on a migration of that due to a deprecation of current hardware current software. So we are rebuilding that environment, and users will see a change for it, which is always something that provides anxiety to not only the people pushing out the updates, such as ourselves, but to the end user, and we're going to have to provide support and guidance on that. We always support public as well as internal customers for various needs. Recently, we worked with Jacobson Daniels, the airport consultant, on a GIS application, and that is ready to roll. Some of the airport staff is already using it, but we're going to be doing more things like that at a department level application to support departments in using GIS and spatial data to find things. And I think eventually you guys will see that Aspen Halo product is pretty cool. And we're excited to be able to support those types of programs. The UAS program, you've probably also heard from various other departments, and there's a lot of success and new things we did in there with some new aircraft and sensors. There's a drought resilience project that was pretty comprehensive, that Open Space and Trails was the lead agency. However, we provided a lot of technical support, answered a lot of questions, and then that's going to transition more over to Open Space and Trails in the coming year. But then also just to be able to monitor new acquisitions, any kind of projects. Andrew is in the room. He is very involved in that program and can answer specifics there. It's just one of our very successful programs internally. And then finally, we have user outreach and training. As things change and evolve and our software updates, we do need to make sure we provide resources to our end users. Again, internally and externally, we have a big public user base, and make sure people can find the information they need to get their work done. So that's what's happening on the GIS side of things, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Question, Mary. Greg here. I'm just wondering, how does this, how standardized is this across counties? Like, would Eagle County's GIS be similar to ours, and is as easily to access, or any other counties, or are they all kind of going their own ways?
Great question. There isn't most counties will do your data updates and provide it in some kind of viewer. However, the frequency of the updates, how people log into the viewer, what software they're using for that viewer, is all going to be based on that individual county. It's going to be different. You know, some counties would have a UAS program, others might not. Air photo replacement, some counties can't afford aerial photography. Luckily, we can. That was built into the budget back in the late 90s. You know, they just try to identify other resources to get aerial photography. So I would say we're more at the pointy end than trailing behind on what's happening across the state.
Got it. Just out of interest, what altitude does the aerial photography fly from, and how many images do they take? And you said only 250 square miles out of 1,000. I can imagine some of it doesn't need to be photographed, but is that just basically the valley floors, the developed areas?
Yeah, we focus on the three primary drainages in the county. We're not flying over the public lands because we do obtain that from some state resources for free. So those areas we're getting at about a 1 foot pixel resolution, so it's going to be a little more grainier and a little less accurate, whereas what we're flying is a 6-inch pixel resolution.
Wow.
A little bit higher accuracy standards. And I believe, I haven't looked at the specs for 2 years, so I can't give you that exact elevation, but I can follow up with you with that.
I'm going to go write my name on the roof of my Jeep just so I can spot it in your photographs.
I know it is a little disturbing to think of all these things up there looking down on us.
Well, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Can you fly anyway over wilderness lands? I mean, there's some limitations on disturbance.
Yeah, I can take that one. So if you're referring to our drone program, no, we are very limited in our options to fly over wilderness. The way the FAA regulates that is, I believe they've got a 2,000-foot minimum flight level, and drones are not allowed to operate that high. So we are kind of pushed out of that area. But for the aerial photography, just like your commercial flights from Denver to California will probably fly over wilderness, once they exceed a certain altitude, that is accepted.
Then they're okay.
I think it's 1,000.
It's a USFS ban, right, on drones, period?
Yes, that's also true.
And what about private property, when you fly over private property? Like, we had a drone come over our place recently that was kind of disturbing. It was really low, and you're like, what is that?
Probably your neighbor spying on you.
For
That
sure.
would be
And
Wexter.
Rustlers.
What I would
He's my
say to
neighbor.
that is that all your local laws still apply. So harassment, privacy considerations. If someone were up at peeking over your fence with a camera, it would be more similar to that. So the FAA does not restrict flights over private property. Once you get off of the ground, you are actually in a public airspace, but those privacy rules still apply. When we fly for the county, we do everything in our power not to capture any images of the private property that we may have to fly over to get to our objective. So we
what
are
are your
only
objectives?
mostly open space properties. That has been our biggest thing. Did you see the new bridge that went in about 2 weeks ago?
Yes. I saw those
great
photos.
shots
We
there.
grabbed some footage of that
That's
as well.
very
So,
cool. Thank you.
that was a good example where we didn't have to fly over any private property.
up the
We were
road.
able to access the same site that we were flying.
I see.
Really cool.
Great, thank you.
What about proximity to the airport? Isn't there a 2 or 3 mile limit from the airport, or 5 miles, which basically takes a
Yeah,
lot
talk
of
about that.
possible drone photography out
Yep,
of?
that is definitely a challenge that our valley has to deal with. There's a bit more nuance to it than just yes or no whether you can fly, especially as a commercial operator. So all of the pilots that are on the Pickens County staff are flying under Part 107 from the FAA, which designates us as commercial pilots, essentially because we are flying and being paid by the county. Within that has broken that 5-mile radius around the airport into grids. And so each of those grids has a specified height above the ground level that we can get authorization to fly
Amazing,
up to.
isn't it?
If you can think about the grid that's over the runway, that one's 0 feet.
It's 0, right.
We have been able to fly at the airport while it's closed. We've made maps of it, but we don't have any special permissions with the FAA. We just have the training to operate within those parameters that they've laid out.
And how hard is it to get that license?
The license, not terribly difficult. There is a test you have to pass. It's very similar to the sport pilot's license, the written part of it. It replaces the de-icing content with more battery management.
Got it. Interesting. Okay.
'Cause I know X Games had to get special permission
Yep.
for some of their drone activity.
Yeah, they're pretty close to that airport.
And even when they did the GoPro cameras one year, where they had to get special permission, so they were a little close to the runway there,
Yeah, very close.
like in the flight path.
Okay, anything else for that? Let's keep going.
Excellent. Thanks for the conversation. So just to quickly wrap up this slide, Help Desk, they will continue to support in the way that they have been, and that is addressing Tier 1 issues as required and escalating those up as needed, coordinating with vendors, training users, and then of course assisting in hardware and software upgrades. So overall, on the general IT side, we've got a couple of proposed changes. You'll find an increase to our professional services line for digital accessibility, and that mostly pertains to making sure the PDFs that we have externally, first and foremost, as well as internally, that are most viewed are compliant. So some funding surrounding making sure that we can achieve that compliance with our PDFs. As I mentioned before, so reassessing our AV equipment needs across the county, and then investing into some leadership coaching for our managers on staff. You'll also see an increase to our technical services and fees line item, and that's mostly just the cost of our applications due to inflation, as well as an increase for our managed IT service provider, Iron Edge, to provide us with an additional on-site tech for our sheriff's office. And lastly, you'll see an increase to the communications phone line item as we are proposing that there is a shift in how we charge out or have been for our phone lines. And instead of doing so, we as IT in part of the general fund would just cover those phone costs in 2025. This would just alleviate a lot of additional work and time spent by our analysts in doing that reconciliation. On the GIS side, similar circumstance, you'll see a small increase to tech services and fees for applications that have gone up due to inflation. And then another small increase in education and training so that folks within the department can continue their education, and those who are newer are able to take advantage of some additional training they may not have received otherwise. I'll let you take this last slide, Connie. Thanks.
Okay, so the overall IT and GIS budget has a 10% increase. Of course, salaries and wages, we've talked about those with all of the different departments. Technical services, all of the different platforms that IT pays for each and every year are in this line item. And other services includes all of the phone charges, again, shifting to have general fund phone charges all paid through IT for to gain some efficiency. Does the board have any questions?
I have a general question. Do we have an inventory of all the equipment that's now for people to use at home, to work at home? Yeah, I know we were looking at that because everything kind of during COVID went out quickly, and now we're trying to regroup and find out where things are.
Yeah, I can take that and let Carrie jump in if she has anything to add. But of the equipment that went home, computers are the most common thing that we have direct control over, not only from a security perspective, but also from a cost perspective. They are above a threshold where we want to track them. We don't want to track every computer, keyboard, and mouse that goes out the door. So at this point, monitors have fallen under that threshold as well. So computer devices are our best mechanism to identify that.
Okay. Because I knew there was also just some more general, which wasn't under your purview, like chairs, because chairs are not cheap. And a lot of chairs went home. I saw them getting wheeled down that sidewalk. So, you know, just for accountability for the BoCC, who has to be accountable for all of those fiduciary issues. And we get asked questions from people on the street. How are you monitoring? How are you keeping track? So that's a good way to explain. We have a threshold. Yeah. And so we monitor the big stuff, and, you know, we have to concentrate on that at this point.
And I think keyboards and mice are a good example of just that low end of the threshold.
You know how I feel about mouses.
And what's the lifespan of a typical mouse or a keyboard now? Is it, when do you depreciate it? Is it 3 years or 5 years?
Well,
or
we
2
always
years?
check the battery before we throw them away. So they do last quite a long time. Everything mechanical can break. You know, the scroll wheel in the mouse is definitely something that fails quite often.
Right.
And then batteries. The nice thing is with all the wireless technology, batteries are the biggest thing to wear out, but those are serviceable. You can just replace them.
Right.
So we've had good luck with those lasting quite a while.
Well, I heard that it was more expensive to replace a battery than to get a new computer. That's not true.
I'm referring to the batteries within the mouse.
Oh.
So 2 AA batteries within that.
But in a computer, is that true?
That is often the case. If it's still has a lot of life in it, if it's only a couple years old, it's worth comparing those costs. But then it is a significant cost of the hardware for the computer.
Yeah. My personal computer I've had for like 12 years. I mean, it's still just going along.
Yeah.
Of course, I use probably 1% of what it could do.
Man, I'm even below that, so it's gonna last forever.
I think we have a stack of laptops about this high in my garage of like things that were discarded, and you know, what do you do with them?
I know, yeah, what do you do with them?
So internally, part of our climate action plan, part of our cost savings initiatives, we do try to repurpose that hardware as much as possible. If it's a cell phone that got dropped and run over with a car, there's not a lot we can do to salvage out of that. But if it's last year's phone and an employee just left the organization, we hold on to those for the incoming employees.
When
Same
they
with
are
computers.
destroyed, what do you do with them? Where do they go?
So we run them through the e-waste recycling at the landfill. We do destroy the hard drives and wipe anything that may have sensitive information on it, but the rest of the hardware we run through that e-waste program.
Kind of like iPads that get lost in storm drains.
So when we use up a cell phone, then we should take it to the landfill, not put it in the trash.
Absolutely.
yeah.
In general, absolutely. Those things have lots of heavy metals and hazardous materials in them. There is a channel for properly disposing of those. But if it's a county resource, we do appreciate it coming back to us for a couple of reasons. Part of it's inventory, making sure we don't just lose things. And the other part is making sure that we've wiped it and removed any sensitive information before disposal.
Great, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, are there
Thanks
any
for all
other
that. Good info.
questions for IT?
I don't see any more questions. I think we're ready to
Thank
keep
God
moving.
for IT.
So I would propose a 10 to 15 minute break if the board is
That
ready for
sounds
that.
great. Yes, let's take one.
Just want to make sure we have.
Question. One quick
Yeah.
question.
Sorry.
Kelly.
That's okay. I guess again on sort of the cyber security side of things, I just recently, last night, had a request from a Summit County Commissioner about whether we have dedicated employees to that. I said no. I don't know if that's coming, if that is a trend that you all are observing in other like-sized organizations.
Yeah, I can take that one, Kelly. I think it's a mixed bag. I think that you'll find that some organizations have asked for a cybersecurity analyst. I do feel as though that function right now, we are able to obtain those services not only in-house amongst our current staff, but more importantly through Iron Edge. They do have folks that are well versed in cybersecurity. And speaking of that, just quickly, I want to make mention as a follow-up to Brett's presentation from Risk, with our cyber insurance, we were actually able to receive a reduction in what we paid last year because of how sophisticated our infrastructure is at this time. So I just wanted to give kudos to the Iron Edge team for keeping an eye on us. In addition to that, we recently went through a remote penetration test with CISA this past year, and they too noted that outside of a couple of vulnerabilities that they discovered, that we were able to then make adjustments to firewall rules, so on and so forth, to make sure that we were then compliant. Overall, they found that we did have a very sophisticated infrastructure, and overall we're rather secure. So I'm proud to make mention of that. So in terms of a position request surrounding somebody specific to cybersecurity, not at this juncture, but as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, we are undergoing that IT staffing assessment now, and we will be getting into some strategic planning. So we'll see what the outcome is of all of that and what our needs may require based off of those results.
Thank you, Carrie.
Sure.
All right, thank you. I think we're moving on.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks. Thanks, Carrie.
Thank you. Bye.
Andrew, we'll see you at the next IT challenge.
Soon, we'll see you soon. I was gonna say like in about a half an hour. Thanks, Andy.
And we're on break. Okay, we're back with our November 12th work session on budget, and up next is the Finance and Treasurers and Public Trustees budget for 2025.
Try and say that 5 times fast.
Welcome.
I am Liz Woods. I am the Finance Director for Picken County, and I have with me today Connie, obviously, who is the Budget Director and also oversees procurement. And online is Naju, who is our Chief Deputy Treasurer
And public
and Public Trustee. We have long titles in finance. What can we say? We really like these long titles. And so we are here to present the Finance Treasurer and Public Trustee budget for 2025. Oh, and Anna's here as well, but she's just kind of taken the back seat at the moment.
She's supervising. you.
Yes, exactly. So here is our current org chart. We have one open position that we actually just filled, and that is our payroll specialist, who is starting on December 2nd. So we are very excited to get that one filled. Otherwise, the org chart has remained the same from last year. Nothing else has changed. So some of the main priorities or issues or I guess topics that we wanted to discuss for 2025, as you know, a lot of people are trying to do, we're trying to work on, you know, staff training and retention. You know, we still have, even though we've had people in positions for, you know, sometimes we have people here for several years, but they've maybe changed positions within our department or duties have changed. So we're still kind of trying to get cross-training done, and we're also working on a large policies and procedures update. So we are going through and basically rewriting all of our policies from scratch. Not from scratch per se, because we're, you know, plagiarizing other entities, because that's the easiest way to do it. So plagiarism might not be quite the right word, but but you get the, yes, we're starting with.
You tried to define
yes.
it.
We're borrowing.
We're borrowing.
Best,
thank you.
best practices.
They're borrowing the plagiarism.
Yes.
That's how knowledge moves forward.
Yes, exactly. So luckily, the Government Finance Officers Association has a large repository of other entities' policies and procedures that we are able to use, and we can also use, you know, other local governments in Colorado, because sometimes there's things that are very specific to Colorado governments that you might not have to deal with in another government in another state.
And the GFOA encourages copying.
Yes.
If
It's
some-
in their
if
best
someone has
practice.
done it well.
Yes.
We have
So
their permission.
that's been a project that we've been working on since the beginning of this year, actually, and we expect this project to take probably 2 or 3 years, just because it's a big lift to rewrite all and to write for the first time some of these policies and procedures. So we're working on that right now, and actually to that point, one of the first ones that we have completed is our debt policy, because of the future that we are looking at right now with the Solid Waste Center debt issuance plus the airport debt issuance. So we wanted to have that one ready to go. So likely we'll be coming back to the board sometime in December or January with more information on that. As part of this process, we're also looking at process improvements. You know, wherever we can find efficiencies or, you know, better ways to do processes, that's something that we are always looking at. Some of the big things that that are on the horizon, like for most of the internal service departments, is obviously the solid waste center expansion, the debt issuance involved with that, the airport. There's going to be a lot of moving parts there because it's going to have a debt issuance and then grants and the need to manage hundreds of millions of dollars. So that's going to be a really big thing. And then also with the new housing property tax, that requires us to set up a new fund, budget for a new fund. All of these have procurement implications because we will have new contracts for all of these, and some of these will have multiple contracts. And so these are kind of going to be, you know, big lifts on our department in particular as well.
Question on Big
Yeah.
Rocks there, just thinking about the airport. Since we don't know what grants will even be available to us or when they would arrive, you have a lot of variables to work with.
Yes. So we will be having discussions internally and then with our, advisors as well about, setting up a timeline. We have not come up with, because we were waiting to see what happened, obviously, with the ballot. And so that is our first step, was getting that passed. And now that the ALP will hopefully be approved next week, then we can kind of start to move forward with this planning initiative that we'll have to go through, and coming up with a timeline of like, what do we need when, including like what grants can we go after, what's still available, when are we going to need debt by, how much debt are we going to need, all of those different pieces.
Kelly, did you have a question?
No, you sort of got it what I was gonna get at. I guess I was wondering a little bit about staffing up to manage all this future procurement and how we're thinking about that, but it sounds like that will probably follow the planning process.
It definitely will, Kelly. Thank you for mentioning that. It is something that we will look at as part of this whole planning process, because it's not just our department that could be implicated in this. There's the airport department, there's the HR department. This has kind of like a cascading effect potentially. So it's something that we will look at as part of this whole planning process.
Yeah, so as part of the timeline that we're putting together, we'll also be looking at what staffing needs are. We also need to have a conversation as far as what we're recommending for what can be contracted out versus what needs to be built internally. But with the airport project coming, I would anticipate that there is going to be a multi-year need for some significant organization capacity building to do that successfully.
And so that does lead a little bit into the next bullet point, which is the procurement capacity building. These projects are part of this discussion, but the other piece of it is that we've really seen an increase in contracts overall throughout the county, and I'll let Connie speak to that a little bit more.
And not just the number of contracts, but also the complexity. In many cases, the number of people bidding, and then the follow-up with those that did not receive the bid, and so on and so forth. It's become a lot more time-consuming than what it was in the past. So the last few years, we've seen quite a change in the procurement area. So that's why we have a pending position in the budget, knowing that we're seeing pressures and we're seeing a need to build capacity in this area, but also wanting to wait for the timeline of other larger projects and how that's going to play out before we officially bring it to the board.
Any questions on that piece before I move on to other items?
There will be questions.
Okay. The other things that we are also having pressures on in our department is federal and state mandates. So I think you've probably heard this from other departments as well, but every year new laws get passed, and those are causing additional pressures for both the finance team and for the procurement too, potentially, depending on certain things that happen, and then the treasurer public trustee side as well. One of the big ones that's in kind of flux at the moment is the Federal Data Transparency Act that was passed a few years ago. The SAC is the one who's kind of in charge of implementing that, and they have kind of released their first findings and discussions about how this is going to be implemented. What this means is that any entity who issues debt, so any debt issuer, which we are one, and there is not, unfortunately, at the moment, a minimum limit. So if you issue debt at all that is public debt, you have to follow these guidelines. Again, at the moment, there's still a lot of back and forth going on with this. You will have to provide your financial statements in a machine-readable format, which we do not currently have. So this is kind of a big topic in our area right now, because we are all worried that if this becomes as big of a issue as we were originally thinking it could be, we might need a full-time person to be able to handle this in order to kind of convert this and do this on an ongoing basis. Luckily, I will say that AI is playing into this potentially. So luckily, these are kind of going on, rail tracks at the moment. They are trying to see if there's ways to be able to have AI take our standard ACFR format and be able to transition it into this machine-readable format. It's basically the investors who have really driven this bill and driven what's going on here. So that is kind of like a big, pending nebulous thing that I just want to bring to everybody's attention because, like I said, this could have, major ramifications for smaller entities like ours that issue debt. Along similar standards, the GASB, which is the Government Accounting Standards Board, they issue new standards every year, and we have to comply with those. And they luckily are slowing down a little bit, but the standards that they are issuing tend to be kind of these larger items. So last year we had to implement the subscription-based software agreements, which was previously we could just expense when it happened. When they changed this for both leases and the subscription-based software agreements, now all of a sudden we have to treat them almost like debt, where we are basically tied into these agreements, either a lease or a subscription, and we have to treat them as either asset or a liability, and it creates schedules, and we have to go through every single contract that's a lease or a subscription and do all this analysis. And so those were two of the biggest standards that we've had in recent times. And so these standards can, like I said, continue to get issued. We have another standard that we have to implement this year. It's not quite as big of one, but we will have, there are pending ones that they are looking at right now. One of the biggest ones is that they are actually looking at changing the way we produce the ACFR. So if that one actually comes to pass, which I think it will at some point from what I've been hearing, is that we could potentially have a totally new ACFR, which would create a huge amount of work for our finance department. I can tell you that setting up the ACFR originally took me about 6 months. It's a lot of work. So I just, again, I'm just trying to plant these seeds because we have a lot of these things that are coming in. We also have all these property tax implications that have been happening at the state level. And so these have been affecting, how we do our mill levy calculations. And so we do the mill levy calculations in finance, and the way that all these bills have been passing is they make it so that we're going to have to look at those calculations and kind of reset up our spreadsheets potentially. So I'm just trying to, like I said, kind of paint this picture that we have a lot of these external pressures. So if you hear of things happening at the state level, feel free to come and ask us how we feel about them, because we are more than happy to provide some feedback there. And like I said, this is for both finance and the treasurer, and actually a lot of these have affected the assessor, the treasurer, and finance all together. And then the last big item that we have going on right now is we are currently transitioning our banking. We did an RFP last year, and we are transitioning our banking and P cards over to Wells Fargo. We already had P cards with Wells Fargo, but the banking piece is a big one. And this is actually pretty exciting. I mean, it's painful right now for our staff because we're working in 2 different banking systems and trying to get everything transitioned. But the good thing is that there's some really cool innovations that we'll be able to do as part of this transition. So one of the things that we'll be able to offer in the future is electronic payments for vendors. So we'll be actually able to pay vendors either using basically a temporary one-time P card payment, or else through ACH, or they can still get paid with check if that's their preference. But we've had vendors asking us for years if we can do electronic payments, and it's not something that we've been able to institute until recently, and that's something that we're currently working on.
Do we trust Wells Fargo? Are they back in our good graces? Didn't they do something? They sold everybody's data or something years ago. What was that?
They
scam?
charged fees that were
unacceptable, and we're
They rent.
basically sued by
Everybody, yeah.
millions of people.
We had a very comprehensive RFP process that included a lot of criteria that they were judged on, and Wells Fargo was the one that rose to the
That
top.
was what?
Wells Fargo was the one that rose to the top through a fairly complex RFP process we had.
They're also reacting to the great amount of scrutiny they're under, so they're being very careful. I tried to do a transaction with them, and they were able to pull it off at our local bank, which was great, but they said it's because they're being watched by everybody, so that's a positive in our favor.
We do have a great local bank. Why don't we use Alpine?
So we went through this RFP process, and they were not able to provide all the services that we were needing when they did
They
their.
acknowledged that they couldn't meet them all.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
Who were we with?
We were with Vectra.
That's
Steve.
So another thing that I think should be added to the big rocks has to do with the $350 million that is now in the Colorado Constitution for the
Police.
public safety law enforcement
Peace officers.
peace officer thing.
We do
Now-
not know how that's going to play out.
No,
Yes,
but-
yeah.
Unfunded?
I have an idea. We're probably going to have some of our funding from the state's going to be cut as a result of that, because the state has to find $350 million somehow. But maybe we could tap into the $350 million to pay for TSA security, or maybe to fund building or jail improvements, or something like that, to offset the losses that I think we will be seeing cutbacks from what we're receiving from the state somewhere. And if we could get some of that money back in another area, that'd be something to strive toward.
We will certainly keep an eye on that. We don't know exactly how that program is going to come down yet. And I don't think the state knows how that program is going
Probably
to come
not.
down yet.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But we will certainly keep an eye on how we can take advantage of those changes and transitions in a way that keeps us whole.
And everybody else is probably thinking the same thing, so we're all gonna be competing for that same dollar.
Kelly has a question.
More of a comment related to Steve's comment. I sat through some meetings last week with several legislators and one of the chairs of the Joint Budget Commission, and we talked a bit about this. The ballot language did not have any timelines associated with it, so the legislature is interpreting that as getting some breathing room on when they have to fulfill that $350 million requirement by. The state is additionally facing a $900 million shortfall this year. And that is going to be more of where we're going to feel pressures from relative to cuts from the state. And I'd like to have more discussion about this, perhaps during open discussion. But I just want to flag, I think one of the useful exercises that we and other counties can do is to present to the state what the mandated services are that counties deliver, that we cannot cut from our budgets, frankly, and that they shouldn't be cutting from their budgets either, as we try to lobby for how that $900 million hole is going to be made up.
Thanks, Kelly. Okay.
So any questions on the finance procurement side of things? Otherwise, I will turn this over to Najia to talk treasurer, public trustee.
Thanks for alerting us to all this stuff.
Yeah, like
Yes,
I said,
do
there's a
have
lot
questions.
of moving.
I have more questions now than I had before. Thanks,
Yeah,
Liz.
a lot of moving parts. Okay, Najia, you want to touch base on treasurer, public trustee?
Yes, hello everybody. So on the treasurer public trustee side, in the last 10 years that I've been working here, I haven't seen things changing as fast as they've been happening from last year to now. So we're having several legislation changes and several House bills that are being approved in the past couple years, last 2 years and this year that are gonna change a lot the way that we do our business. So at this point, we are trying to understand what needs to be implemented and how we're going to comply with all things within our capacity and our staff. So one of the House bills that has been very complicated is one that changed the treasurer's deed process. We used to have our several properties that people wouldn't pay. We would just send them to the tax lien sale, have 100% of them collected, and usually get a excellent premium out of that. And this year I just got the results and this has changed. Like the premium has reduced and we had several properties that were not actually, didn't have an investor taking care of it. And going forward in the future, after this initial tax lien sale auction, we have to run another one in order for people to actually own the home through a treasurer's deed. So this has created this huge amount of work, and it's something that we're still trying to figure out how it's going to go through, what kind of softwares we're going to have access, and and also how to inform the constituents. Like people have invested for like years money, have been endorsing those tax liens, and there's a lot of people that are not very happy about it. We also have some changes on assessments. The House Bill, the 24B 1001, that reduces the assessment rates, creating a lot of backfills. So that's something that is still to be assessed with the assessors and finance on how we're gonna work around establishing these new rates and how the backfill to the districts will work. What else? I have another on the mule levy public information that I'm actually gonna start working on this week, and I wanna see how the districts are going to react, because they will have to give historic information, and I feel that few people don't even know if they gave a tax credit for last year's mule levy. So those are the biggest things going on right now at the treasurer's office. We don't have anything on our budget that's going to change, but it's really going to be about implementing within the resources that we have.
Great, thanks.
And we did provide details of kind of the biggest bills and what they are doing within the budget profile. So if you have questions, you're welcome to look at those. But if you have further questions, feel free to reach out to us. The HB 24B-1001 is a big one that we don't quite know the full implications of yet, because that's the one that was passed in the special session in September, I think it was. And that one is, we're kind of still trying to figure out what that looks like, because basically what that's, from my understanding, is it's going to provide another limit on certain property taxes that we have. So, for instance, our general fund is already under 3 limits. It's under Fenton, Home Rule Charter, state statute, state statutory, and Tabor. And so we're basically adding a 4th calculation that we're likely going to have to do for this new House bill. So again, more information to come, but just as a FYI. So yeah, the only change I guess we kind of have is the pending request for the procurement technician FTE. Otherwise, our budget is pretty much just kind of inflationary and those kind of basic changes.
So you see an overall 9% increase for the finance budget, but most of that is just in the basic salaries and wages, the health insurance increases. You see the 29% in other expenditures. Again, that's the risk allocation. So not too much notable there. Also, in the treasurer's office, overall a 5% increase. Any questions?
I don't see any questions. Steve's got one.
So you have the request for an FTE, but then pending procurement technician. But then there's no increase in the FTEs on the budget line.
Right. So pending means we have not included it in the budget numbers.
Okay. So that's a request, but it hasn't been added into the budget.
Right.
Okay.
We have a category that we call pending, which means it could possibly come back to the board in a mid-year request as further analysis advances with maybe airport projects or other. If it's determined that it's time to pull the trigger on that, we may bring it back to the board.
Okay.
I have to say, I like the cartoon, because sleeping all weekend and not eating anything sounds terrific.
It was hard to find
liked it.
budget
I read-
cartoons nowadays. I don't know why, but it was.
Well, the king of cartoons
I
sitting
know.
over here didn't include any cartoons in his budget presentation today. He's also not listening.
Well, thank you
to
very
me.
much.
Thanks, Liz. You make it so
Thank
easy.
you.
I actually can walk out of here thinking I understand.
Well, good. I'm glad to. That's good because I have to work on
wouldn't,
that.
but I think I.
I understand we don't know what the state's gonna do, and that hasn't changed.
That's probably true. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
It's nice to know my level of confusion goes all the way to the top of the department.
Makes you feel better, doesn't it?
So, who's up
Okay.
next?
So at this point, the board has heard from every single county department and fund
Can't be. There's gotta be more out there.
over the course of these last 4 different budget meetings. So it's quite a lot of data and detail that the board has heard. We're at the point of starting to wrap up some of the different requests. So capital fund comprises capital costs from a number of different departments within the general fund. We'll look at the capital fund, then the general fund, and then FTEs at the end of our meeting this afternoon. So by state statute, we're required to have a capital fund, which comprises the capital requests of all of the general fund departments. That includes IT, vehicles, facilities, microgrid. We have our deed-restricted housing program in the capital fund. Any departmental equipment replacements that are over $5,000 per item would be in the capital fund rather than the general fund. And it does not include repair and maintenance or feasibility studies or items that would not be capitalized. The capital fund is supported by 10% of our sales tax, and that is budgeted at $1.9 million for 2025. We normally do transfers of general fund surplus fund balance into the capital fund to support the capital costs, and this year we're proposing a $3 million transfer. We also have a number of grants, $1.4 million from DOLA for the Health and Human Services building electrification, $500,000 for DOLA, a new grant for the microgrid. We have, since we budget for vehicle replacements in the capital fund, the sale of the older vehicles, of course, goes back into the capital fund. Deed-restricted housing, if we sell any units that we're buying back through the program, that would be in the capital fund. And then investment income.
I have a question here.
Yep.
So why wouldn't the sale of the deed-restricted units go into the housing?
Because the deed-restricted units, if you remember, I think it was last year, the general fund or the capital fund bought out the deed-restricted units from the housing
that's right.
fund.
I couldn't remember which way whether it
Right.
went from general to housing or from housing to general.
Yeah.
But will it be designated as housing funds within the general fund?
No.
Okay.
No. So
These are assets really that the county owns. Shoot. Thank you. These are assets that the county owns, and the board actually can dispose of them in any way that you want. The deed restriction and the asset both run to the county's benefit. And so you could choose to put these back into housing if you wanted to. You could also choose to sell a unit at a market rate and reimburse the general fund with it.
Okay.
Question about just estimate, these are estimates, I suppose, like you don't know what
It's a
replacement
placeholder.
vehicle sale, so this is a placeholder, it could be half as much
Well,
or twice as much.
For the vehicle sales, we do use percentages. And I don't remember which is which. We use a 7% on one and a 15% on another, whether it's...
Schedule and then sell it for the depreciated value or something like that.
No, they use a government auction site to place the vehicles out for auction. And so we use an estimate which is based on a percentage of the cost of the vehicle.
Okay, got it. And then the
So Greg, you're right. We may do a little bit better, a little bit worse. We're estimating it kind of like we do sales tax too and such, but it's a very small percentage of the overall capital. So if we're off on that, it's not going to affect our plan too much.
Got it, interesting, all right. Good to know.
Then the next two slides are just a recap of everything that we've included in the capital fund this year. You've heard about many of these through the presentations of the different departments. Under IT, the largest item is the replacement of switches, which I don't really even know what that means, but it's an important part of keeping everything.
It could mean a lot of things.
We know they're important.
We know they're important. They're
They're
end of life,
expensive.
and it's necessary to keep all of our systems running, so that means it's important.
Nothing worse than an end-of-life switch.
Like when, you know, hospice care, they just
Right.
flip a switch.
Right, it's behind your right ear.
And the aerial photography that was mentioned just earlier this afternoon. Under facilities, we actually have a number of projects. There's the dispatch center design and shell for $2 million. So this is a new project coming up that between 2025 and 2026, it would be a total approximate $5 million cost for the new dispatch center.
Where's it gonna be, Saul?
The Elgibel Fire Station.
At the
Oh,
Roaring
back
Fork
there.
Fire District Station 42 in Elgibel. $2.6 million for building electrification at Health and Human Services. Some other space renovations and remodeling at Health and Human Services. The access control system is what we all use our badges for to get in and out of the buildings.
Or not?
$500,000?
Nobody has asked me for mine since that thing passed. Since you said they're gonna start asking for the badges or whatever.
Well,
I've never-
you're supposed to be wearing it. That's why we're docking your pay for every
No,
day
I
you
see.
don't have.
Perfect.
Actually, you just gave her a raise earlier.
Of course, all of the different fleet replacements for the general fund, a number of EV vehicles, and also $120,000 for a Mid-Valley EV charging station. There's also the microgrid. We have still $1.7 million remaining on that project for 2025. Deed restricted housing, we budget $800,000 each year, and that would be enough for 2 deed restricted units, depending on the location of the units. The potential buyback is just an estimate, it's a placeholder. If we did have these coming up, we would probably be coming back to the board to make sure the board is aware of the direction on those and get your go-ahead. Some departmental equipment, including AV equipment for this room. And then, of course, we have the debt service for this building, which is paid out of the capital fund, and that's about $1.2 million per year.
When's the end of that?
Oh, let's
It's a
see.
30-year issue in 2008.
2018, we opened it.
Liz, when does that end?
That's That's still a
Add
ways
30
out.
years to that, and we got the
Way
number.
in the future, though, it sounds like.
Yeah, we got a ways on that one.
What's the rate on that, do you remember?
It was really good. We're probably making more on our investment now than.
Yeah, it was really.
I think we're probably at around 2% or such.
Okay.
Liz, could you look that up too?
Great, thank you.
So then the capital fund itself, showing the 5-year plan, really just are the items that I mentioned. Things that I did not mention in the bullet points, you'll see in out years. 2026, we're showing a COP or bond proceeds amount of $5 million. We are assuming that we would be issuing some kind of long-term financing for the dispatch center to fully cover the cost. Then with the payments on that financing coming out of dispatch, where all of the different public safety entities pay in. So the cost would be shared among all of the entities that are using that dispatch
So
center.
we're fronting it, and then they'll help pay it back, or they'll just carry on with ongoing expenses?
They would be paying the debt service,
Okay,
so
yeah.
basically paying it back, yes.
Proportional to their responsibility for the 911 services.
So, and that would pretty much tap out our COP availability? We still have more? Because I'm thinking about
Well-
a jail, I'm thinking about,
So the jail, so certificates of participation, they're different than a bond. We have to
Right.
have,
Right.
and this may be what you mean, Patty, is we have to have an asset that we can leverage
do we
against the
have enough?
COPs.
We did a
However,
COP
for some facilities, we can leverage the facility that we're actually building as collateral on the COPs
because we did a
too.
COP on
So-
this building.
Correct.
Correct.
But the jail would be different,
And-
it would be a bond, not a COP.
So for the jail, because it's a kind of mandated service and facility, then we could use the jail itself for
As we're
the
building.
collateral. And one of the reasons why we have a delayed issuance of debt for the dispatch center is that we could then use the dispatch center itself as collateral for that debt. If it's during the construction period that they
You have to
don't
have
like-
something there.
Right, that's what you're really offering up other collateral for. And the financing plan for the dispatch center is not set in stone yet. We still have to meet with the other agencies. This is just a concept. We might be able to actually pay for a portion of it out of the E911 surcharge funds, but we're still trying to assess how much we're going to spend on the CAD system that's going to come first, and then just make a decision at a later date on how much debt we need. But at this point, we're just putting the full amount in so that you can see that it basically the revenues will cancel out the
Will this
expenditure.
retire other dispatch centers that we've been operating?
The North 40. So we have one in the Aspen Fire Station, the North 40, that was part of a lease arrangement when we moved the dispatch
And they're
center out
not
of the
willing
jail.
to re-up the lease.
There's some infrastructure, IT infrastructure and such, the Meet Me Center and switches and things we don't understand. But the technology pieces that were a significant part of our investment will remain at the North 40.
Oh, okay.
What's that? Yes.
So we'll just have an additional dispatch center and no funds recovered from any retiring dispatch centers?
Yeah, we don't own it. It was a leased asset.
So what's happening with that equipment that's just hanging out at the North
Sounds like
40?
it's staying there.
I think that will be part of our CAD upgrade, how much of the existing equipment we'll be able to reuse and such, like the terminals and desks and those
That we
sorts
could
of
move
things.
to eligible?
Yeah, potentially those could move to eligible.
So,
Yeah.
and would we continue this lease or terminate this lease?
Terminate.
Oh, okay.
Fire department is not willing to extend it.
Correct.
They say they need the space.
So we will still have other satellite centers for dispatch that have already been set up. We have the one at Basalt South Side.
Southside.
Right, so
There's
we'll
an
keep the
interest in
Southside
the
one?
future to doing another one. It provides redundancy. and also means that the main call center, the one that we're building, is smaller, significantly smaller than what was kind of spec'd in the mission critical report, by about a third. It's a third of the size. So with the new technologies, we can do more of the less kind of emphasis on the actual built infrastructure and more on kind of remote and satellite centers.
So
Because the south side location, if we sold that, that would just about pay for the new one. That's a pretty nice little place.
But we run a lot out of there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of other people.
All of our telecommunications department is there, and their radio and translator site supplies and everything.
So, Liz, you have an answer?
I do. So the COPs on this building are through 2046. So that will be our last year of payment, and the coupon rates are between 2% and 4%. So we have a kind of a variable, it's set, but it's a variable rate over the course of the bonds.
What did we use for collateral?
This building.
We did use a building?
Yes.
We didn't go out and use the library or whatever else we have out
You must be making probably like 4.5% on money right now, right?
Yeah, that's probably about, probably
We
about what
would
we are. at the
not
moment.
get that interest rate today.
Yeah.
That we are out at a really good time.
I was just thinking if we needed to change something around in the future because we needed money to put here and we couldn't take it from there, and where we would be on this. Does that make sense?
And it's likely, yeah. And I think the other thing for the board to consider is if this board decides to fund a new jail facility in the future, it will likely require a tax, and it may be beneficial at that time to get an authorization for revenue bonds, because they tend to have a lower interest rate because they are backed by the general obligation of the county.
You're talking like a public safety tax.
Yes.
Do it after 2027 and we should be
Okay. What else?
So here's part 2. I broke it into 2 slides just to make it a little more readable, but all of the line items are just the ones that were summarized in the bullet points on the previous slides. Fund balance, we project ending 2024 with almost $5 million in fund balance. We've saved up some, and then we'll be spending down to about $1.5 million. Of course, the capital fund is used simply for that, for financing the capital projects. So we do tend to save up or spend down, and using those transfers from the general fund to supplement the sales tax coming into the fund. So this is a decision point on the capital fund. Does the board have other questions or concerns about what's in the capital fund?
I'm good.
I don't see any other questions. I'm good. Thank you. Steve's got one.
So on the housing, looking in the forward years, 2027, you have 800,000, which I wonder where our tax question, where the money from that is going to be housed. Obviously not
In
there.
the capital fund, no.
So is
that-
this like the general fund housing that we're using for our helping our employees out?
This is only the deed restricted program. So only the deed restricted program shows up in the capital fund. Our other employee housing that the county owns is managed operationally within the general fund and was paid out of the housing impact fee fund. We will have a brand new fund for the property tax, since it's a new revenue source.
Got a couple pages coming up, and there's more about the new tax.
Okay.
So we need a thumbs up?
Move ahead.
I'm good.
Yeah, we're good.
I have, I'm gonna move things forward, but I still have concerns, Greg's gonna love this, about the EVs and what we're doing there. And I also definitely have concerns about 11 new, is it, FTEs? I know some of them are deed restricted, or term limited, all that, but still, we have a huge amount of employees, and I'm hearing it in the community. You guys have 360 plus or minus employees, and you're adding how many more? And so part of the process for me to think through, but But everything, I mean, I'm not gonna, I think we need to continue to move it on, but just don't want you to be prepared. I may have questions at the end of the day.
But not today.
So those are
Okay,
not in the
today.
capital budget, though?
No, there are no positions
I'm just
are
saying
paid
it
out
in
of the
general,
capital
just to get it
fund.
all out here at one time.
Yeah.
You'll bring it up again, I'm pretty sure.
Well, and that'll be part of our discussion this afternoon, looking at the general fund and then getting the board's direction on the positions that we've included in the general fund, the ones we haven't included that the board has mentioned, and if the board wants to make any changes to our recommendations. But then also looking at employee retention and how we're taking care of our current employees, and are we keeping up with market and the proper wage increases. So those are some of the key points that we'll be looking at as we're moving forward now. In the general fund, just a little bit of a recap. What's in the general fund? We talk about the general fund a lot, but sometimes it's easy to forget everything that's included. So this is just a list of all of the different areas that are in the general fund. It's really the key core county services that are here.
For me, I think it's easier to imagine what's not in it. So open space and trails, and what else?
Translator, airport, landfill.
Landfill.
Enterprises.
We have a few areas where the state mandates that they be in separate funds, and that's road and bridge, human services, and public health.
Oh, human services too, okay, thank you.
Those are closely related to the general fund departments and really are some of those core functions also. So
But
if
their budgets are separate.
Their budgets are separate,
Okay.
yes.
So what, the overall budget, if you had to say one number for the overall budget, what is that number?
I would use the whole county budget, and I'll have to go back and look what that is.
That's right, so.
We're over 200 million.
Yeah, that's what I thought, like 280 or something like that, okay.
255.
255? Thank you.
Okay.
Then the next question would be, well, we presented the budget to the board originally on October 10th, and what's changed since that time? The main larger areas that have changed are the general fund transfer to housing. The board agreed to fund Habitat for Humanity's project in Glenwood, the L3 condo, at $450,000. So that is coming out of that original $5 million appropriation for housing that the board set aside. Then with the new housing property tax, we have a few startup costs that we're proposing in that fund. We will present a 5-year plan for the new housing fund next Tuesday afternoon. So that is coming, and in fact, Ashley's here in case you have some questions. She's already prepared an AIS for next week for the board. We are not recommending a large change as far as any kind of position. In fact, we're putting less than 1 FTE in the new housing fund. We do think there are some staffing time commitments that are related to running it, and that's 50% of the housing programs analysts, that would be Andrew, and 25% of Ashley's time. And then the request from APSHA this year included $200,000 as a one-time cost for their repair and maintenance grant, and that fits very nicely with the items that were listed on the ballot as far as what types of costs would be coming out of the new housing property tax. So we recommend moving that $200,000 to the new housing property tax fund. Again, we'll review that next week.
I do have a question to prep for next week. I was specific when we agreed to the Habitat for Humanity, $450,000. And I know it came out of the $5 million that we allocated from the general fund for housing purposes out of the monies we had in the general fund. I'm okay with that, but I don't know if it makes any difference putting the money into one pot or the other. But I had talked about repaying the general fund amount of money, the $450,000, out of the new property tax fund.
We've actually built that into our proposal that we'll show you next
Okay,
week for
that's
the
all
new
because I
housing
didn't
plan.
see it here and I just wanted to note that. So if as long as it's, I can wait till Tuesday. Thank you. Better to have it in context. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay.
So
That was easy.
Run away, run away. Do you notice how Ashley matches the chart?
Was there orange and a maroon?
So general fund revenue, we have a proposed revenue budget of $56.8 million. The largest items on this are the sales tax at $10.9 million. Licenses and permits is the next largest category of revenue. That would mainly be through community development. Property taxes is the third largest at $10 million. Indirect revenues is $8.3 million. That's what the general fund charges out to all of the other funds for the services that the general fund provides to open space or airport or landfill and so on. Charges for services includes mainly treasurer's fees, and that would be the fifth one. So just a few of the items that comprise the revenue for the general fund. On the expenditure side, I've listed down the side what some of these categories include. We mentioned professional technical services or other expenditures. So I gave just some examples of each one so you have an idea what that means. The proposed budget is about $58.5 million, and 55% of that is salaries and benefits. Of course, the general fund, our main costs are the staff that are providing the services for our citizens.
Okay, I have a question.
Go ahead.
So the proposed revenue budget's 56.8. The expenditures is 58.5.
Yep.
So there's a little difference.
There is, and we'll look at that. We have $2.3 million in one-time projects, and that's really the difference there. And I've listed what some of these one-time projects are. ComDev, their Vision 2050 is probably the largest item in these. Others you've heard about as we've gone through the different budget presentations. Right. So those one-time costs, we do recommend spending down fund balance for the one-time costs.
I knew the money was coming from somewhere, I just needed to know.
When we look at the 5-year plan, though, you'll see that we have surpluses in the out years of the plan.
Right.
So structurally, we're balanced. We want to make sure that we're not spending down fund balance every year and we're going to deplete our reserves. We have surpluses in the out years of the fund.
And there's some things we need to get done sooner than later, or finish doing. Okay, thank you.
We have a number of transfers that are coming both in and out of the general fund. And so I've listed some of them. We categorize them as either operating or capital. The operating transfers are really areas where we are subsidizing different programs that are not within the general fund. $2.1 million for human services, $1 million for public health. Those areas do not have enough grants or other funding of their own to support the level of services that we give to the community. Healthy Community Fund, we cover their overhead costs so that as much as possible of that property tax can be granted out to the different agencies. And then we do take excess fund balance in the general fund and use that for capital projects. So we're proposing $3 million to the capital fund, $1.4 million to the library fund for the building electrification. We have transfers each year to the translator fund for their capital projects, and then just a little over $4 million to the housing fund. Fund balances. We have very healthy fund balances in the general fund and in the capital fund. We've broken up the fund balances into different categories and color-coded them just to make it a little easier for the board to envision what we're proposing. The two green sections together make up our Tabor Reserve and an operating reserve. Together, they are 16.7% of our expenditures in the general fund. So that's our base level that we don't want to go below. We have a small little yellow section around $600,000. Within the general fund, we do have a few restricted pots of money, some for clerk and recorder fees, animal shelter, tipsy taxi, a few other little areas. The blue section is the area that is really at the board's discretion. This is above and beyond our minimum fund balance that we like to set aside. And this is where the board has more discretion on whether we should be setting it aside in case of emergencies or economic downturn or whatever it may be, and how much the board would like to spend down. You do see that in spending down a lot in 2025. Part of that, remember, the slide we just saw before, $4 million going out of the general fund for housing, $3 million for capital. So we are proposing spending down a significant amount of fund balance. But then you do see it increasing over the course of the 5-year plan. This shows that we don't have a structural deficit, even though we're spending down in 2025. If you carry all of our costs out and all of our revenues out over the course of the 5 years, we actually are accumulating more fund balance in that time frame. And then the red section at the top is the capital fund. Questions so far?
Steve?
Well, I was just gonna say, this chart looks really familiar, because we've done that in some other years, where it was the right time to do some major capital expenditures and use the surplus money we had and spend it wisely, and we're doing the same thing here.
We often talk about what our minimum fund balance should be, but the board needs to be thinking from a policy perspective, how much is too much to keep in the bank and not put to use also. And so that's always the balance that you all are tasked with. And we have the GFOA recommendation of the 16.7%. We've explained our policy at the staff level of exceeding that for various reasons, because we're resort-based and we don't want to have to make precipitous decisions when unexpected things like the pandemic happen. We dipped into our fund balance, I think, really effectively at that time, and we've rebuilt it. And so there's also that question, though, of how much is too much. We're not a private firm trying to build equity.
I just have a concern that I don't disagree with what you're saying, but in light of the unknowns with the local economy, national economy, and global economies, what might happen after January of 2025 makes me a little concerned about a safety net moving forward. But I noticed Kelly had her hand up too, so I'll stop talking.
Kelly?
Yeah, I appreciate that last sentiment, Patty, and I agree with you that we have to think about some of that. And again, particularly in light of not knowing how the state budget might cut monies that we receive for some of our services. I'm wondering, Connie, what did this look like at the beginning of what did this look like last year? So we have the end of year projection, but what did the beginning of 2024 look like when we passed the budget? Do you know?
We have a few million more than what we were showing last year. So we're in good position, a good solid starting position.
Okay, so the blue and the red both grew from what we planned.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, that's helpful. And sorry, go ahead, and then I have one more question.
To your point, Kelly and Patty, both, some of those thoughts have played into what staff put together for your review, how much surplus is in the out years, and being cautious about our revenue forecast, knowing that we have the airport project coming up, a potential airport closure for a number of months, expecting that there could be a recession within that time frame. So that's built into our sales tax projections, into the number of positions that we did not recommend within the general fund also.
And I'd also note for the board, when we did our 2020 budget, so right before COVID, and you can remember that was a really challenging time, our general fund balance all in was under $9 million, projected to be under $9 million. So we have built up significant fund balance by being conservative, and we've been conservative the past several years because we've been expecting that recession after post-COVID. Could it still happen? Yes, but we would be going into it in a much healthier position in the general fund than we went into COVID.
I'm more worried about the changes that happened after this November election.
I
And all
understand,
these numbers
yeah.
are put together with that in mind, but now it's here. So-
Understood, yeah.
So
All right, and then just one more
Oh,
thing.
go ahead, Kelly.
Thank you. Did we build in property tax relief from the general fund again this year?
We did
Or is that a
not.
program we expect to discuss and then have a supplemental?
Yeah, so Kelly, I think we would need board direction. Our understanding was that was going to be a 1-year program, and so if the board is wanting to continue with property tax relief like what we did this year, I would suggest we probably, if we want to make this a more permanent aspect, we probably need to build some capacity around that. We used our human services staff, but we would need board direction on that because we have not built that into this budget at all.
Thanks for bringing it up, Kelly. I'd love to hear what other people think about that, but I'd be supportive of developing that. Steve?
So looking at the national scene, I would anticipate that the new president is going to seek revenge against Colorado for certain actions we did. And I think we will need to lean heavily on our congressional delegation to protect us as much as they can in Congress. I'm sure there's going to be some fallout for Colorado, though, on budget stuff.
So I think it's going to be volatile. I don't know. I wouldn't make a prediction one way or the other, but I think
It
we're
could go
going to
either
have some
way.
volatility. And so I think you've been preparing for that and planning for that, and I think our balance reflects that. So I feel good about it if you do. and you know, it'll be interesting to see just what happens because so much seems to be up in the air about the way things will be done, and so many suggestions of what could happen. And so I think we're in a pretty good place. That said, I would like to ask the board if they would support direction for development of a property tax relief plan locally.
I'd like to see it come back to us with more information, how it was utilized last year.
How would we
how much
construct
money,
it?
and then to make a decision right here today.
Yeah,
Well,
what I
maybe give
think
direction.
what I think I propose then is that we bring that back, and Kelly, I think you mentioned this too, as a supplemental request in the first quarter, and give us an opportunity to build out what a program might look like. I don't think we will want to do it through our economic assistance staff. Again, it was a heavy load on them.
And I would just add that last year or this year, you decided after the mill levies had been certified, and because we didn't know exactly how much the property taxes would have increased. So, and we're in that situation right now. We won't know what the mill levy certifications are for until December 22nd.
But didn't we have a relief program that didn't have very much response this last year.
And so we need to bring that report back, and I think the conversation this board needs to have is we did not get the numbers per se. I think is just over 100 at the end of the day. Tax relief checks. I'm sorry, I just don't have it off the top of my head. Do you?
It was a small number like that.
Yes, and I think about 70 of those were already qualifying for the senior tax exemption that we already offer.
Right. They did get an additional benefit because of this program. And so I think part of the conversation you all need to have is if there's a similar response, maybe it's really important for those 70 households and it's not as much of a budget hit, or do you want to change the program?
Right. It could be that, was it a matter of people not being qualified or not knowing they were qualified or not caring? I don't know. It'd be worth, I think it's worth examining. It may turn out that there really isn't a huge demand, but it would be nice to explore that, and I feel an obligation to, because we did talk about it. I talked about it.
Yeah, and it was, I guess maybe it wasn't, and maybe we misheard it at the staff level, the direction as far as ongoing versus one time, but we did not plan for it to be ongoing, and so it's not in the budget, but we can certainly bring recommendations back in the first quarter. That'll give us time, as Ann said, to see what's happening with mill levies and what changes and property tax burden might be, report out to you more thoroughly on the property tax relief program that we did execute, and then we can get some direction going forward.
Great. Yeah, and maybe just look at various criteria for how it applies. Who knows what the options are, but a good conversation. Steve?
Well, I recall the same way John is saying that it was a one-time thing because it was extraordinary circumstances this year. Now, since the property tax things go on a 2-year cycle, it might still be an extraordinary circumstance this year, and then that would be the situation where maybe you would want to consider doing that again for the same reason as last year.
Kelly?
Yeah, thanks. We did include some discussion of this conversation ongoing in our resolution to send the housing ballot question to the ballot.
That's right.
So it just seems like there was conversation as recently as the last 4 months relative to revisiting this.
Well, it sounds like the general direction from the board to staff is to bring back some analysis and a proposal in the first quarter, and then we can look at a supplemental appropriation. Am I hearing that correctly?
That sounds good. And then also, what the cost of it was, or what it might cost us this year. Be great. Next year.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that sounds good.
Okay. So moving on with the general fund, I've split the 5-year plan onto 2 different slides. The first one shows all of the revenues. We've reviewed these, total of about 56.7 in revenues, plus then the transfer in. Any questions on the revenues?
Interesting that property taxes almost caught up with sales tax this year.
One item, looking in the out years that you might notice, is the increase in other revenue. This is because we have the CAD budgeted within the dispatch costs, and the E911 or public safety entities will be reimbursing a part of that. So where we have the cost, we also have the revenues. So you do see a larger increase in 2026.
And what are indirect revenues?
Indirect revenues are the overhead charges for the services that general fund departments like finance and HR, IT, facilities provide to the other funds within the county.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then on the expenditure side, we've gone through all of these with each departmental discussion that the board had during their meetings. You see the annual operating deficit in 2025 because of the one-time costs, but then looking out through 2026 and the out years, there are actually fairly large surpluses each year. Averaging out the 5 years, we have an average annual operating surplus of about $542,000. Of course, we're taking some of the excess fund balance and transferring for housing and for capital projects, and you'll see that through the course of the 5-year plan, but very healthy fund balances at the end of the plan. But the question is, with this surplus, we have a number of positions that were requested but not built into this budget from different departments. But we also ratcheted down the wage pool for increases for staff for 2025. So what we'd like to ask the board is, where should we continue with the surpluses as shown on the 5-year plan? Can we build up the wage increase for 2025, or is the board interested in adding additional FTEs that were not built into the recommendation?
Can you remind us what the additional ones are that aren't
Yeah,
built in?
we'll go through that.
It's a couple of pages. I saw
in
it
the following
before.
slides.
Okay, good.
So the question at the top of this slide is sustaining current workforce versus adding FTEs. You've heard from many of the departments presenting to you how difficult it can be to retain staff when they have very long commute times or are struggling with the cost of housing in the valley. And also just trying to keep up with market rates for our wages. After we put in our budget, we've heard from some neighboring jurisdictions that they're putting in more than that 5% for their wage increases. As others put in more, we risk falling behind if we're competing for some same employees.
So, for example, Eagle County has budgeted a 7% pool for their wage increases. So that caught our attention as far as staying competitive in our region.
Great.
Patty?
Yeah, I think going up to 6% makes great sense. And I also, when it comes to the full-time equivalent, the new employees, I do think I have questions as to, wonder if we do a patrol deputy rather than a record specialist in the sheriff's office. Where's the greatest need? Where's the greatest service to the public? So I bet, yeah, so kind of looking at switching those around, keeping the numbers close to the same as you've presented, but maybe we tweak what those positions actually are.
Yeah, Greg.
Francie?
Yeah, I think it's only like $160,000, less than $160,000 difference between the 5% and 6% pool, it looks like.
Averaged out for the average annual surplus. I'll get into the costs on these future slides. I just wanted to note what it says on this slide is that that pool that we budget for wage increases is not necessarily what each employee gets.
No,
There
I
are
understand.
a number of items that have to be factored into that. Compliance with pay equity or certain market adjustments. If there's a group of employees that's fallen way behind market, they may need higher increases compared to just overall cost of living increases.
Yeah.
So there's a lot that has to be done with just that pool.
Yeah.
The cost for the general fund for a 1% increase is $193,000 for 2025. So I've showed the cost for each and every fund because it does affect a lot of funds, changing the wages. The total cost for 2025 would be about $352,000 overall for all county funds. Of course, it builds on each year and goes up a bit more as you're going over the course of the 5-year plan. So I also showed the 5-year total for each fund.
Of just the one time making it a 6% pool.
Just that 1% increase from 5 to 6%.
But I mean, would that repeat each year, the 1%, or just this year?
No, but it sets you at a higher level to where whatever
don't
increase is
take it
given
back
the
next
following
year.
year is built off of a
Yeah,
higher
right, of
level
course.
than it
Yeah,
would have been.
I get that.
I'm comfortable with that. I think our employees are worth it.
I think it's definitely a worthwhile thing considering what a large general fund balance we have. That seems like the right place
I
to put
was
some of
going
it.
to say, without seeing this slide, we better increase the 5% to something closer to our neighboring counties. Otherwise, we're gonna start seeing employees switching jobs and going to work for the other counties.
Where did Eagle start from? Or did they put a 7% increase in because they were behind the rest of the pack?
Yeah, Greg, we haven't done that level of assessment, but we will have some of that information because they are one of our market benchmarks. So my sense is we probably are not that far ahead of Eagle in that regard, particularly when you take cost of living. You know, when you look at an Eagle or Gypsum, you have lower cost of living opportunities within a short commute distance of their county seat, which is an Eagle, than you do with our county seat in Aspen.
Shorter, distance than ours. I was just wondering if they were way under, for instance.
No, they like us try and keep up and stay competitive.
Kelly has her hand up.
Yeah, I'm just curious, I guess, over like the past 5 years, what the total increase in the pool has been. I thought we did like 10% increases over a 2-year period during the pandemic, and then, you know, on top of that. So I guess I'm just curious what that big picture
I don't
is.
have the
I
full.
think that I don't think that the amount is unreasonable. I just, it's similar to sort of what Greg was asking, is what does our jump look like?
Yeah, since COVID, we have done higher amounts. As you remember correctly, over a 2-year period, it was a total of 10%. Wages really skyrocketed after COVID, and employee recruitment and retention became extremely difficult. In 2024, we've had a 7% pool. So this is actually ratcheting down a little bit for the 2025 budget.
If we
Well,
go back
it's
to
ratcheting down
6.
in growth. It's not ratcheting
Yes, right.
down.
It's not decreasing wages.
It's bending the curve a little
Yeah.
bit, yeah.
Good to know. Thank you.
And I would just note for the board, these level of increases are not sustainable in the long run because of revenue
I mean,
restrictions.
17% over 5 years seems like, wow, right? And that's, maybe it's even more than that.
That's where it'd be helpful to compare it to the rest of the world. Like how does it compare to other communities like ours, or even even businesses in the community? What's a wage in the business?
That's what that HR comp
That's what
study will do in 2025.
Okay, so we'll see that.
Yeah. So we are, in essence, doing that assessment, not by asking the questions that you're asking, how much have you gone up, but we're actually saying, what's the midpoint of your range currently, and how do we compare for like jobs?
It'd be great to compare the range for the last 5 years to rather than specifically ours. How did it work compared to everything else?
We do not have them going back and doing historical data. We're doing point in time. We could look at where we were on some of these. The issue is that job descriptions and such change, and so it would be a lot of work to go back through.
It'd be nice to be able to track just cost inflation, wage inflation. You know,
that we could do because that information's easily available. We know what we've budgeted as increases in our pool. And, to the point Kelly and you're making, these have been exceptional years in terms of staying up.
Yeah. it's still the post-pandemic rebound. It's what we're still in the hangover.
So, whereas the 5-year plan shown here has 542,000 of an average annual surplus, adding in this extra percentage point would bring that to an average annual surplus of about 307,000.
Right.
It's still a surplus over the 5 years. It still gives us excess room within the budget, and we still have very healthy fund balances to back us up.
And I think we've
With
got thumbs
changing
up for this to go to
circumstances.
6%.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we'll move on to the FTE.
My favorite.
So this chart shows the requests in the general fund. I've put them into 3 different columns, hopefully making it easy to see what we've got because there are quite a number of them. On the position, when you see a TL, that's term limited. So the assessor's office requested 4. We have the 2 term limited positions included in the budget. We did not include the other 2 position requests. There's the FTE increase in the clerk and recorder's office that you heard about this morning, bringing a position up to full-time. A term-limited planner in community development. Community development is asking to repurpose their code enforcement for general, or their short-term revenue code enforcement position for general code enforcement. That's no budget impact. There is a new public safety IT analyst, and that cost is shared with the other public safety entities that support dispatch. We have 2 pending positions, so these are not included in the budget, but depending on how circumstances develop through the course of the year, it's possible that we could bring them back to the board should it be needed. The procurement technician and a 3rd assistant county attorney. A deputy IT director was not included in the budget. For the sheriff's office, they requested 5 positions, and we have 2 included in the budget, 3 not included. We asked the sheriff's office which ones were the most important to them.
That's what I needed to know.
And so the patrol lieutenant and the records specialist were what they gave us. It's the 2 most important.
Well, if they're comfortable with it, I can be comfortable with that.
And I think, Patty, to your concerns about how does it affect what's happening on the ground right now, more administrative work is being absorbed by sergeants, and it's keeping that. And
Frees
so
up
it's
some of their time.
kind of cascading a little bit, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to push for more patrol deputies because in a conversation I had with, I think, Alex the other day, maybe it was Michael and Alex, there will be times when we have 1 patrol officer on duty for the entire county. And that just doesn't seem reasonable to me at all. And part of that is the airport, unresolved airport coverage.
Well, I'll have to come back to
When will
us
we have
with
that
more.
resolved?
We have some game plans, but I think we need to talk about those in a different venue.
Because that's going to affect this.
Not really. The airport folks will not be available for patrol per se to meet the TSA requirements. They are
Different category of
on
deputy.
airport. I think right now, just to help with some of the alarm, there's also mutual aid that we provide within the municipalities, and the municipalities provide to us. And so the Sheriff's Department does kind of know when their quieter or busier times are, and they're scheduling their resources that way. That is not to say that we shouldn't have more deputies. I do think this board needs to be thinking about kind of that bigger picture of the total staffing ask that the Sheriff's Department really has, not just this year. And you may want to think about how that fits in with the new jail and the other kind of staffing needs, because this will be kind of nibbling away, and I think the sheriff is at this point also pretty motivated to do some problem solving with you all.
But it would also be a start, you know, and
Absolutely.
I know that the presence of officers is minimal in the county. So I would like to move one of those into the included column. That would be my choice.
Well, I think that by freeing up time that current deputies are taking for this, like John said, administrative work with these 2 new positions will give those deputies more time to patrol. I think that's the hope. They can always bring it back if they're finding that's not what we're seeing.
Kelly?
Sorry, I had a different question, so if we want to resolve this conversation before moving on, you can call on me.
Okay, I'd love to weigh in and just say, I'm still trying to understand, is there a priority? Do we assume what's pending has a higher priority than what's not included? And I'm not sure I'm ready to assume that regarding positions, because I could go in and pick the ones that I think are most important to me or that I'm observing. Deputies are right up there, but I'd rather leave those decisions to the sheriff or but I'm just trying to figure out how do we prioritize these things if we're looking to put more people into the included rather than the pending or the not included. I don't know how to make that call, and maybe that's not our call to make.
Well, Greg, can I just tack onto that? I think the pending, say for example, the procurement position technician, it's pending because we could find a need for it because of increased contracts and increased capital projects, airport, et cetera, where we need another procurement technician.
When they need
So
it.
that's why it's pending. It's not, we need it now, and well, maybe we don't need it.
Yeah, I thought the pending meant it is funded, but it isn't happening
No,
yet.
it's not
No
funded.
funding allocated
No
for it.
funding. It
It's
would
on
have
our
to come
radar.
back. Really, we created this column in our recommendations as a way to flag for the board that
Might be coming.
these were close, these might be coming. You very well might see these in a supplemental request, because when we bring FTEs forward in a supplemental, sometimes we get the question, why haven't we heard about this before? Why didn't we know this might be coming when we talked about the budget? So we kind of created this category as a way just to have that
This is our
conversation.
warning.
Yeah.
As
So you
Patty
can
was
say, I
saying.
told you.
Yep, exactly.
Okay, so there's no priority, not included in pending don't have a particular priority. It's just perhaps more likely.
More likely, but
sooner.
really, all of these decisions at the end of the day are yours. What you're looking at are staff recommendations.
You tell me that
And
every year.
You could change our green check marks to red and our red check marks to green. This is really your budget. We're trying to make recommendations that we think serve the diverse needs of the community and the organization the best way possible while keeping us financially healthy. But at the end of the day, this is your call.
Okay,
We'll
well,
warn you the
back to my choice of call.
We'll warn you the
I
consequences of it. But.
I would move the solid waste center special household, blah, 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 depending. And I would move at least one deputy over to green. This is just my preference. And I think I would go with the deputy assessment manager to help the assessment office in the next couple of years. At least move that to pending.
Well, but you do realize that solid waste is funded out of the enterprise fund, different funding source. So that doesn't
So that doesn't
It
affect.
doesn't free up any money.
that doesn't free up any.
Great, leave it there
dollars.
and still do the others.
Well, I think if Michael, the sheriff, is comfortable with the decision that's made here,
Well, how do you know he is?
because I was told. You guys
Well,
told me.
I didn't
We,
hear them say
we
that.
asked him for
Yeah.
priority. I'm sure he would want
All 5, he'd want
deputies. Yeah,
10.
right. But he definitely agreed with the recommendations given the
Of
budget.
the highest priority.
Yes.
For
doesn't
for all of the departments, they put forth their requests because they feel that's what they need.
Yeah.
Thank you.
They're
Connie.
not frivolous asks from
Yeah.
the departments.
And then they understand when staff comes back as a whole body and says, this is the priority, this is, I
Wait.
know poor Kelly's had her hand up here and we're.
Yeah, Steve and then Kelly.
Well, a lot of this depends on what happens at the airport because patrol deputies are liable to end up at the airport.
Well, that's what I was
No,
asking
but
John
he
about.
said it's a different process and we can discuss.
No, we were told
You
that,
just said that.
that they might, barring not having, staff there for the security at the airport, that they were going to rotate our deputies through there to fill in the gap in the meantime.
Well,
And because of that, I would go along with Francie to say, let's get at least one more patrol deputy in the works right now.
if I could, this, we can't necessarily discuss the security protocols at the airport by federal law. We do have an alternative solution that we do want to bring forward to you, but it would need to be an executive session that would negate the need for patrol deputies to be there. And so, but it does cover, we believe, the requirement. And so we're taking a run at that, and we need to talk to y'all about that.
Thank you.
But I do believe that if we have to have deputies at the airport, it is going to be a totally different conversation. We're probably going to need to look at 7 to 9 to cover the hours and times off.
Whole nother
Would that be
discussion.
part of the
Whole nother
airport budget?
discussion. Yes, it'd need to be part of the airport budget.
And then that would be a
that
supplemental
doesn't affect
request later on, John?
After a discussion.
That would
Except for
be-
numbers.
That would be a supplemental request sometime in the 2025.
We did include in the airport budget a pool of money around security. We think if we can get this alternative that we'll talk to you about in a private session, we think we can roughly cover that. If not, it would come back to you in a supplemental.
Okay, so we're not gonna talk about that right now.
Sorry.
It doesn't mean we can't
Does
talk about
anybody
another
wanna,
sheriff.
does anybody wanna add a patrol deputy or assistant county attorney or a
I wanna
heavy
hear-
equipment operator? Those are my
I
choices.
want to hear what Kelly has been waiting so
Oh.
patiently to tell us.
Kelly, you can talk now.
Yeah, sorry, this is a bit of a pivot. I guess I was just wondering relative to the IT deputy director position, is that position intended to, is it a new FTE or is it like a promotion for someone who's reached the top of range or something
No,
like
a
that?
new FTE, adding capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thanks, Kelly.
Is that it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess relative to the other requests, it makes sense to me just based on our other conversations that we just move the assistant county attorney into an included position. Because I feel like we've all anticipated and hoped for growth in that department. So maybe there's a reason to not do it now and to wait to do it and before we go out for recruitment. But it seems like the conversations we've had would support that. Relative to the sheriff's request for staffing, we did not get a thorough presentation from him relative to their staffing assessment that called for 25 positions over time. So it feels a little bit like throwing a dart at a board to just add one. I'd like to understand how, I imagine that's a few $100,000 additional every year for, or over the 5-year plan. I think there's
Vehicle
value in
training.
considering it.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly, that you make good points there. So where do we stand?
Well, I'm going to speak to the deputy one more time, if you don't mind. First of all, I think the starting salary for a patrol officer is about $65,000, if I'm not mistaken. And I live in a part of the county where we almost never see the sheriff's cars. And Redstone has very little coverage, and I've had people comment to me recently about the speeding on 133, which is an incredibly dangerous road, and about the lack of presence in our part of the county. I can only imagine that Frying Pan probably feels the same way, but I'm not speaking for them right now, just speaking for the Crystal River Valley. So we don't have very much coverage there. You probably don't either. And I think Redstone does need a little more presence. I think the character in Redstone has changed a little bit lately, and there is sort of a different tone to some of the things that have gone on there. So I'd push for that. That's my thing. I do think maybe the assessor's office could use a little help too, but where we could just see how it goes with the 2 additional ones that are included, and see how it goes, and maybe look at supplemental later. But anyway, so that's my pitch on that.
Thank you for
I
that.
think as far as the sheriff, that's another thing we can discuss further with Michael when we find out more that's going on with other security and safety issues. But right now I'm comfortable, and Greg, you brought up Road and Bridge, because I saw that you gave us 2 things where, what it would be with 2.
Yeah, so
and
this,
one.
this slide here is general fund. Then the next slide are the other funds.
Yeah.
Where Road and Bridge asked for 2 heavy equipment operators. 1 was built into the budget, 1 was not included. So I handed out on the sheets that are in front of you 2 versions of the Road and Bridge 5-year plan. Kelly, my apologies that I didn't get that sent out to you in an email. I can send it to you afterwards. But it shows the difference in fund balance between the one that's built into the plan and then if we were to add another position.
I would like to add that position. I think, Greg, you had mentioned that, just because I know it takes them a while to find somebody and then train somebody, and somebody who understands what they need to be doing out there on the roads and the bridges. So
Which position are we
Road
talking
and
about?
Bridge,
Sorry.
heavy equipment operator.
Heavy equipment operator.
Because the heavy equipment operators are getting pulled to private sector for various reasons, but I think it takes a while to fill some of these spots, and I think we have a lot of projects coming up where we're gonna need them, and we also need to give the current heavy equipment operators some time to breathe during the winter if we have heavy snows and they're out there. Oh, those are, yeah.
I agree, and it doesn't, I mean, there's still a pretty good hefty balance with the Road and Bridge
Yeah.
fund, I think, with a new
So Greg, because I
employee
think
added.
you wanted to maybe.
Right, I just put that forward thinking those seem like priorities, but one, I don't know the actual cost, and I don't know the benefits and the equipment cost that's associated with bringing people on. So I don't
It's all
feel
included in that.
ready
It's
yet
on
to,
those pages.
it may all be there, but I don't know it well enough.
Yeah, there's not a lot of equipment cost with a Road and Bridge heavy equipment operator. It's not that we would be
We would have to buy him
He doesn't get his own
a
plow.
D9 cat or
buying a
something.
brand new snowplow.
You might want one, but we don't buy them one.
He doesn't come with a road grader? Okay.
There are some costs as far as PPE and uniforms or training or whatnot, but not like a sheriff's deputy that does require
Gets his
the
own
vehicle.
car.
Well, I'd love to just say, sure, let's do this, but I just want to make sure we're not being hasty and making decisions without having all the information, because
I think we got it in these spreadsheets.
I agree.
It becomes subjective.
I think it's objective. We have the numbers here and
Okay,
what the
you're
effect
Hey, you
is.
brought it
Good.
up. I just followed your lead.
About
Good, then you can help.
$95,000.
Can I,
Go ahead, Kelly.
can I ask a question? I'm a little unclear relative to the funding for a second heavy equipment operator. Is that coming out of the Road and Bridge Fund, which
Yes.
is already very stressed?
Yes, I would say the Road and Bridge Fund is always a bit stressed just because of the amount of projects to maintain the roads and then replace bridges. And we've struggled. We've actually moved 2 percentage points of the sales tax from general fund into Road and Bridge in this proposed budget so that we can fund a few more bridges within this 5-year time frame. So
Right. So I just worry a little bit about the structural deficiencies in the Road and Bridge Fund to fund a second operator. I have much more comfort giving the large padding we have in our general fund reserves to pull for a new patrol, a third sheriff's office position in the form of a patrol deputy.
I think can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think we'll also find having another heavy equipment operator will probably reduce our wintertime overtime costs by having more available bodies, because I think those guys get pulled.
Brian spoke to that specifically when he did his presentation.
Yeah,
About
and
the high
also
cost
for
of
increasing
overtime.
projects, because you don't want to go out and hire outside and bring in a heavy equipment operator from Gould or somebody, because it costs you 3 times as much or 4 times as much as keeping your own guy in here, or lady.
I'm going to go on the assumption that you brought this to us so we could see what is coming down the line in the future, and not that you wanted us to choose our favorites today to fund.
It's up to you all. I mean,
Yes,
this is your
I
budget.
thank you for telling us that, but that doesn't seem like that doesn't seem like a sound way to do this.
I think that's our job, is to do
And we
that.
got
Well, I think our job
numbers.
is to take the suggestions or the recommendations of staff and let them do the managing and the hiring and firing and deciding where it's most important with our input. So I don't mind at all giving input, but I feel as if we're picking favorites for one. My particular bias is to the attorney's office, and and I think we could reach something here, but I'm just not convinced this is the. I'd rather have our manager come to us and say, I think this is the priority that I've come up with. If you're going to add more positions today, this would be 1, this would be 2, this would be 3, and here are the reasons.
Well, I don't know how we ever get, this is our decision-making time is right now,
Well, so then why did they give us a matrix like this?
for us to make a decision.
Okay, well, let's hire all of them.
Greg, you're being sarcastic.
Well, I'm
I
just
feel
saying.
like you're passing off our responsibility to John. I don't think he wants it.
Okay, so let's put it to pending. How's that? We'll reach in the middle.
So I would like to find out about the overtime costs for, the heavy equipment operator. If by hiring a second one, we are eliminating a huge amount of overtime cost and making the lives of our existing staff much more livable, I'd say go ahead and hire the second operator right now, put it on. If that's not the case, then, it is already a tight budget there, and maybe we don't need to add the extra one. But there's sort of compelling reasons if they are really stressed and could use 2 more people out there plowing roads and relieving people from having to drive 16 or 18 hours in a day kind of a thing, which is probably happening sometimes.
I think that was one of the directions we took in the conversation was to watch for, one, what were the impacts of some of the new requirements, like the 811, that's a location requirement for utilities, and keep looking at overtime in the road and bridge budget with the adding of 1 and to bring that back to the board. And so that I think it's hard for us. We could make assumptions about those impacts and bring back an analysis, or we can go with a more incremental approach of looking. We, in our recommendations, went with the incremental approach of let's add 1. We certainly know that the workload is there. And so let's go ahead and add this 1, and then we'll analyze what are the impacts of the utility relocates.
So why don't we move that position to pending then if we're going to look at further analysis?
That's fine, sure. So what it sounds like is you've made these conclusions and drawn this based on those conclusions, and the things that you're looking at with pending and not included but possible are things that you could happen down the road, but you didn't see a need to add them just yet.
With pending, we were looking at what might come back to you in a supplemental request next year.
Right, yeah.
Not as a request again when we're planning for the 2026 budget.
Well, you may have more information for us after the first of the year as
Would-
far as
would it-
overtime and winter.
would it
But
help to-
The
to-
fact you gave us these sheets told us that you had looked at
Right.
Yeah,
this
we did
position,
all this.
seriously, because we didn't get this information on anything else but this position.
The board specifically requested
Okay.
Yeah.
the look at the
Thank you.
five-year plan during that budget.
So I'm
meeting.
comfortable moving it to pending, and let's keep that door open
I'm
and see.
suggesting the sheriff's deputy to pending as well. Is that the one you're talking about? And the heavy equipment operator as well, then, as in pending. We're not hiring them right now, but we think there might be a need.
Yeah. We likely would not be able to fund all of those pendings without we'll have to look at revenues and stuff.
Well,
But
that-
if we
that's
move them
part
to
of it.
pending,
That makes sense.
then what you're signaling to us is that depending on circumstances, you'd be open to us bringing those back when the time is right.
That's how I see it, and I appreciate Francie's concern. I agree with you. I think we need more sheriff's deputies. When to do it, I'd rather leave up to the sheriff and to the.
Well, the sheriff
manager.
requested it. So if you left it up to the sheriff, he would have
He
said
asked for
yes, please
25
fund it.
positions.
Okay.
All he's saying is that he has a higher priority for these two. He's not saying, I don't need these other two. And I feel the same way about Brian. Brian came in here very wholeheartedly asking for help in the road and bridge department, talked about overtime and talked about the stress on his staff. So I don't see why we would wait on that one, because looking at the numbers for road and bridge, I can see that, yeah, it has a $85,000 hit or whatever it is, but what's more important, what their bottom line looks like or the mental health of his department? And I thought he was pretty clear when he came in here. And I don't think he's somebody to ask for a lot of unnecessary things.
So you want to move them to included from,
That would be my choice.
The
but I'm
second,
only one of
second
five,
heavy
so.
equipment operator.
anybody else want to, Kelly, you've got your hand up, but I was going to take a poll. Kelly?
Yeah, I'm concerned about that, again, because we've restructured the division of sales tax to support this year's budget with the one included, and, with the volatility of sales tax, and I think with some unknown landscapes ahead, we're committing to keeping that fund, solvent with the addition of two. It seems like it takes away some wiggle room that we may need in the future, and we don't know that.
Thank you.
In the road and bridge
It'd
fund?
it'd be a shame to have to fire
Yes.
them or let them go because we decided we had to cut the budget, right? Patty talks about that. So,
So I'm okay doing it to pending,
okay,
not to depending, but to pending.
pending. Which one?
Dependent
That's
upon
for
more
road and bridge, patrol deputy, and just those
I'm
two?
good there. I
Okay.
don't want to keep shifting
Steve?
everybody and have,
I would do the one sheriff's deputy and the heavy equipment operator to pending.
that's where,
So
Okay.
then, if
So
it
you
could be
you agree with Patty?
analyzed more and brought back later.
I'm on
next
that,
year.
I'm on that train because it allows us to let you know what our priorities are, but it also gives us the budget flexibility. So. it'll
One
become a
other
supplemental.
thought on
So
the-
that's three of us, but I
Can-
still want to hear from Kelly and
Can I
Francie.
just clarify? So I think I've heard the three of you say the road and bridge operator to pending. I heard, Steve, you say also adding a patrol deputy.
As did
And
I.
you agreed?
Pending.
Oh, to pending, okay.
Yeah,
to
Patty
pending,
did also,
sorry.
right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've got-
I missed
So
that
it'd be
part,
brought
thank you.
back, analyzed further and brought back.
And I can see from Francie's, your ambiance, your aura right now, that you'd like to get it from pending to real as soon as possible, so it could come back as a supplemental very soon, I think.
That's fine with me. I do think we should wait on the attorney's office though, because we haven't even hired the first two. So I
which is,
don't
we're
think
going
we
to
should be
talk about
funding
an
a
open
third one.
discussion if we can get there.
Okay. Kelly, do you want to weigh in on this?
Thanks, Connie.
No, this is fine.
Fine meaning,
the direction you've all discussed in
Okay.
the last 30 seconds is
Thank
fine.
you, okay.
So
So
we
I think we
needed
have,
another
we have
direction.
consensus, we've got direction to staff, we're gonna move on. And thank you, I think it's important, and we just had to get to where everyone felt comfortable.
So then with that, we have the table of organization. It's a little difficult to see on this slide. That does include, oops, here we go. The total increases, mid-year 2024, we added 2 positions. One was a term-limited scalehouse position at the landfill. One was a child welfare position because we received additional allocation from the state, plus an FTE increase in the clerk's office. That was mid-year 2024. With the changes as proposed and the board's direction to move 2 positions into pending does not change this overall number.
Right.
So we would be adding 11.675 FTEs, and that brings us up to a total change from prior year of 13.9. And so that's reflected then in this table of organization showing the change for each department.
I tried to interpret those numbers. I couldn't interpret them at all. Could you help me on the table of organization? I don't understand what these numbers are.
So it shows
FTEs.
each department and how many FTEs there are
In total?
in total.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and then where we increase or decrease coming up next year.
So you can see from year to year where there have been changes and where there have not been changes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Great.
Great, thanks for that. This is a good chart, thank you for,
Great.
okay, it's decision point. Are we okay with this?
So this shows that we have 25 employees at the library?
I'm going to raise my hand
Yes.
up here.
Okay, Kelly. Patty,
I just want to say 11 what was that? It does include some term limited.
It
Some of
does.
them are just increasing an FTE to a full-time.
Commercial to
And
full.
some of them are just kind of changing, reappointing somebody from this position to that position in the same department. So I'm able to swallow most of it, but you know how I'm about FTEs.
yeah,
So
this is
I
the first
think-
time I've ever heard you like pounding the table to hire more people. This is-
Well, I'm really not. I'm just going along with the majority and with the effort that staff and department heads and just all the employees have put into thinking about this. So
There's a
I'm ready
lot
to
that's gone
move
into
it forward. But I also have a second question. Did we move forward the general fund 2025 budget? Did we give you a decision on that?
Yes, but this will come back with the change of adding
Okay.
the wage increase.
Okay, just want to make sure we didn't miss that.
Okay,
All
did
right,
we
I'm
just
good.
get through that?
Thank you.
And that is it.
You've got your thumbs up that you need.
Yeah, this,
Don't ask us to ask any questions. Sorry.
No, because we need to go to,
So next week, we'll be back just with a
oh,
quick.
you'll be back.
We will be back. We have the ambulance district next week and also the budget and 5-year plan for the new property tax for housing.
Great.
Okay. All right, thank you all. Thanks for that and for your patience and your understanding and your willingness to keep it moving. Okay.
Thank
up
you, Connie.
next-
Thanks, Connie.
Yeah, Connie, thank you, as always. And Liz, thanks for sticking it out. Jeffrey, don't go anywhere yet, it's just getting interesting.
So, can we,
We have somewhere to be, so.
yeah, I have
let's
someplace
do
I need
open
to be
discussion
in
and
10
get the hell
minutes,
out of here.
so. But
Okay,
Open I mean, future agendas,
so
can I
we've been
jump?
through the conclusion, jump in, sure, go ahead.
So on the 20th, can we move anything off that agenda? We've got the lighting code, we've got 2 major land use. We have 20 items on that day, plus the FBO, plus the ALP.
Yes, we will look at moving some things.
Please,
to
because
lighten
right
it up.
now, we're not
Way
gonna
too big, yeah. we've been-
survive
we've
that
been
land
looking
use at
that.
the end of that day. Unless the ALP and the FBO don't provide any public comment.
Thanks, Patty, we're gonna have public comment.
The other one I have is tomorrow. Who's
Yeah, I-
going and how are they getting there?
Did you all get the email from Charlotte? with
Yeah,
the-
that's why I'm asking.
Cars?
Yeah.
Yes, I answered and told her I wasn't going, so maybe that would reduce the pressure on the cars.
I am going, but I need to leave the site visit around noon. I will be driving my own car because I'm heading from there down Valley. So I don't know who else is gonna be able to be there. I know Kelly's got a sick little one at home.
Are you expecting to not be there tomorrow, Kelly?
No, not yet. I'm still seeing how it goes.
Assessing it. So
right
you will know in
now
the
I was
morning about you,
planning-
Steve. What's your, are you
I
gonna?
will, I will be there.
I'll be there too. We got,
And I'll drive my own, obviously, I'll drive my own car to get there.
so we're gonna meet at the Woody Creek Tavern, by the tavern
Right,
parking.
but so do you need to bring a car in order
I'll
to
bring my own
transport
car.
up to the property?
Um,
I'll have to drive my car because I'm gonna need to bail out of there.
right. So maybe I'll just pick up a county car sooner.
Okay, we'll
do
figure it out. I'll be there at 10:15.
Got it.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Suzanne,
No, that was all. I just wanted to hear if
there was any tomorrow.
change to tomorrow.
so you're gonna have two of us all the time, one of us for most of the time.
I'll be there till noon and then
perhaps
I'm
one
back.
more
Voicemail from
if
Tori.
things are okay at Kelly's.
Okay, so we'll still plan to meet you at 10:15, and then we can sort out
We'll
who
go
needs
from
to
there.
drive
Right.
their own car up. or
You got
not,
it.
or-
Right.
And I
I
don't
think it might have
know
been a mistake.
if we'll have some public joining as well.
I think we'll have some Woody Creek Caucus members joining us,
Well, okay, just,
weather permitting.
I'm out of there, just close to noon as I
So
can.
you're gonna drive all the way up. So she's gonna drive all the way up, so we're
I'll
gonna have at
probably
least
drive
two
up to the
cars.
house. We'll figure it out.
Yep, okay.
I'm
All
sorry I
right.
won't be there.
We'll see those of you at 10:15.
And that's all I had on future agendas. was the
Okay,
Blue Jays.
on the 20th, I am going to be here now. I'm informed my travel plans have changed by one day, so I'm gonna be here on the 20th. So we can count on that.
Can I jump into open discussion?
Yes, please.
Do we have any decision made by the city last night about their APCHA appointment?
I have been monitoring my emails. I haven't seen anything yet, and I did not watch the meeting, so I don't know.
Really?
Okay, I guess we'll wait to hear.
I usually
That
watch
was
good
one
TV.
thing. The other thing is, for the new county attorney, what's the next step in moving the contract forward?
So the next step, I sent out a draft with some information. I think if you all could provide some individual feedback to me, and then you can't direct by email, but we will take that as direction for the chair to sit down and negotiate an offer.
Okay. And when is it going to be reviewed by an attorney?
It already has been.
Okay, thank you.
So we're
And
moving-
there will be some
It is moving.
tweaks. There will be tweaks to it, but surprisingly, given who drafted it, it didn't require as many legal
And
tweaks as possible.
one other thing about tomorrow, I don't know if we extended the site visit opportunity to Jeffrey, and he's gone. Did we want to do that if he wanted?
I can call him and,
That would be great, because it might be worth his time coming up there if he's available. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank
I have a
Patty.
couple of things. I would like at some point to talk about the airport parking issues that we're getting a lot of letters about. And I got a letter from Laura Whitley today, who also was wondering about the biking out there and how treacherous it is to try and cross there. Everybody is confused about the crossing. And I told her that we have this study going on right now about the AABC, and I'd let her know how that was going. But I do think the airport parking is an issue right now.
Do you
so-
know that we have an RFP that's gone out? They've interviewed for a new airport management company who's going to be looking at things to manage the use of permits or the violation of the use of permits within the parking areas. Right,
So we're
John?
we're in the final selection phase now for our parking RFP. And I think it's going to be probably some fee discussions, rate discussions coming back to you. There's some hesitancy to increase those in the past, but, and frankly, we just have a limited resource there.
Well, and I think we
But
have.
I do think that we have to have some kind of priority for employees because they can't park there.
Well,
So,
there is, I will be quite blunt here. There is a park and ride and a bus, a
well,
free
that's what
bus.
they're doing. You're right. That's
Well,
what
and
they're
there's
doing.
also employees that are parking there and then catching the bus and going into town or going skiing and who aren't working because there's no, this is my understanding, I don't know if it's true or not, I've heard it from somebody who said that their fellow employees are not necessarily working on the days they're parking there.
And it is different.
There's
I
a
mean,
lot of stuff coming out, Francie, you're absolutely right.
This is part of our whole infrastructure
Right.
deficiency out there for sure.
that's what we're gonna be fixing when we
And then
fix everything else.
I have another question too, and that is, do we have any idea when the EIS is gonna start for the airport?
So we need to get the approved airport layout plan back. And then the process itself is actually owned by the FAA, but we'll be pushing that to start as soon as possible.
Well, I just keep thinking that we're about to put however many, $10-12 million into fixing the runway, and it's gonna time about with the time that we can start the new runway, you know what I'm saying? And so I'm just,
No.
because I thought it was like a 6-month EIS, and then we could start.
Well, no, then we can start design and engineering. So
airfield?
yeah, so we're probably 2027 is probably the earliest we can start on any
On the
airfield.
airfield. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm good. I don't think I have anything else other than just trying to work out the car thing with Lainey and Suzanne, because I think that she had it.
Do you wanna ride over there, Patty?
Okay,
gonna
John, I just have a
I'm gonna
quick question
park
for you.
closer so I don't have to walk back in the dark.
You guys are going to.
I may do that
You've got
Say,
something
are
else.
we
okay.
ending the meeting or is this part of the meeting?
I think we're done, but no, I want to, yeah, we're done. Thanks.
you have more?
Thanks, Amy.